Hey guys, tonight we journey into the harsh reality of medieval times, not to admire the castles or chivalry, but to uncover something far grittier and more unsettling. While the Middle Ages gifted us cathedrals, illuminated manuscripts, and early universities, they also buried us under brutal laws, unthinkable diseases, and customs that would break even the toughest among us. So, before you get too cozy, take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy these deep dives into the past, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there. Now dim the lights, maybe grab a blanket for comfort, and let's slip into tonight's story together. The widow who talked to her dead husband's grave. Every day, in the medieval world, where the boundary between the living and the dead was never truly fixed, there existed women who refused to let that final separation become absolute. Imagine a widow in the damp hush of dawn, her breath rising like a prayer as she crossed the uneven stones of the churchyard. Every morning, she walked this same path, not simply to mourn, but to converse, as if the man she loved were only hidden from view, just beneath the cold earth. To us, this might seem like superstition or a habit shaped by grief, but in her time, it was something far more complicated, a daily ritual woven into a worldview where death was porous, where souls lingered, listening. Medieval belief systems were steeped in the conviction that the dead remained among the living in ways both comforting and terrifying. Churches taught that souls passed into purgatory, a place neither heaven nor hell, where the prayers of the living could help the departed ascend to paradise. But these widows did not only offer formal prayers, they whispered stories of daily life, confessions of loneliness, guilt, and unspoken affection, like an intimate conversation no priest could mediate. Some chroniclers described how widows would kneel by a gravestone as if greeting an old friend, pressing their palms to the carved name and feeling for the pulse that was no longer there. This ritual was not merely personal, it was social. A widow who returned each day to the same grave made a visible statement to her community. Her loyalty persisted beyond death. In a time when remarriage could be seen as practical necessity or betrayal, her constancy could earn respect and sympathy, but it could also provoke gossip. There are records in English manorial rolls and French parish registers noting widows who refused suitors, citing a promise whispered into the darkness of a tomb. For them, the grave was not an end, but a threshold, a hidden chamber where marriage vows echoed on. If you walked past a medieval graveyard at dawn, you might have seen such a woman speaking aloud, seemingly to no one. But to her, she was heard. Some sources tell of widows who believed their husbands sent subtle signs in response. The flicker of a candle in the chapel, the sudden chill that traced their skin, a bird landing on the cross. These were taken as proof that their words traveled beyond the veil. Such encounters were not always comforting. One account from a 14th century chronicle describes a widow who began to believe her husband's spirit was restless. She said he appeared in her dreams, imploring her to give away the wealth he left behind. And when she delayed, she claimed her visits to the grave were met with an unseen force pushing her back. Whether this was grief manifesting in hallucination or something more, her conviction was unshakable. This practice also intersected with the larger medieval obsession with the good death. Dying well was as important as living virtuously. A widow's constant vigil was thought to help purify her husband's soul, as if her voice could carry absolution he never received on his deathbed. In some villages, women would even bring small offerings, a scrap of cloth, a sprig of rosemary, believing these tokens helped ease the soul's passage. This blending of folk custom and church doctrine created a unique spiritual landscape where love, fear, duty, and superstition all coexisted. Consider, too, the psychological dimension. For these women, grief was not an isolated phase, but a companion. Their society offered no language for closure as we understand it today. The idea of moving on did not exist in the same form. Widows were often expected to remain symbols of virtue and restraint, especially if their husbands had held property or status. Speaking to the grave became a safe place to express emotions they could not voice elsewhere. Regrets about quarrels left unresolved, questions about what lay beyond, desperate hopes that the soul they loved was not suffering. It was common for communities to tolerate and even quietly honor this behavior. Neighbors might have regarded the widow's devotion as evidence of her piety. In some regions, the act of visiting a grave daily was so routine it passed without remark, a private ritual in a public space. Yet it also served as a reminder to others that mortality was never far. The graveyard was not only a site of memory, but a stage where the living enacted their relationship to the dead. When a widow bent her head and murmured secrets into the soil, she was also demonstrating her faith in the unseen world, a world that medieval Christians believed lay close enough to touch. Occasionally, this practice took on a communal aspect. On All Souls' Day, widows would gather among the graves, candles flickering in their hands, and the church bells would toll to remind everyone that the dead required intercession. In these moments, the solitary ritual transformed into collective remembrance. Yet even then, each widow carried her own private conversation, her own unfinished dialogue. Some scholars suggest these whispered exchanges were a way of preserving identity. To keep speaking to the dead was to keep the story of marriage alive, to refuse the erasure that time demands. There were, of course, critics. Certain clerics warned that excessive attachment to a grave risked idolatry, a blurring of boundaries between holy remembrance and unhealthy fixation. Manuals of confession sometimes included questions for widows, whether they had attempted to summon the dead, whether they had trusted dreams more than scripture. But the line was not always clear. A woman could be simultaneously devout and haunted. She could recite prayers the church endorsed and also share confidences that no priest could ever sanction. Imagine her, rising before the sun, wrapping her shawl tight against the cold, feeling her way down the narrow lanes toward the grave she visited more faithfully than any other place. She knew the shape of each stone by heart. She would kneel, pressing her forehead to the moss-darkened slab, and begin to speak. Her voice was low, steady, intimate. If you stood near, you might have heard only fragments. His name spoken tenderly, a question about whether he forgave her, a wish that he still watched over her from wherever he had gone. This image of the widow who talked to her dead husband's grave is more than a curiosity. It is a window into how medieval people navigated love and loss, how they inhabited a universe that never fully severed the living from the departed. To them, death was not silence, but a different kind of conversation, one that continued for as long as memory, devotion, and hope endured. The hermit who dug his own cave to escape society forever. Imagine a man so determined to sever every bond with the world that he clawed an entire cave out of the side of a hill with his bare hands. Picture the endless days of scraping stone until the dust coated his hair, his skin, and finally his spirit itself, until he no longer resembled the world he had abandoned. This was not an act of desperation, nor was it madness in the way we might think. It was something older, something rooted deep in the medieval understanding of holiness, the deliberate, total erasure of self among others to uncover a self before God alone. Throughout medieval Europe, the figure of the hermit was both feared and revered. Entire communities would whisper about the silent man who lived beyond the fields, the one who never came to market, never knocked at a neighbor's door, never uttered a word unless perhaps in prayer. For many centuries, choosing solitude was not simply a personal preference. It was a calling so intense it could swallow a person's entire identity. Some would wall themselves into tiny cells attached to churches, visible only through a single slit in the stone. Others, like this man, preferred to disappear altogether. Historical records, fragmented as they are, tell us of certain individuals who picked up simple tools, chisels, mallets, iron picks, and began carving out a space for themselves underground. The process could take years. Each strike of the chisel echoed in total darkness, a reminder that the deeper he dug, the further he drifted from ordinary life. Some hermits chose remote cliff faces, hacking chambers that clung perilously to the rock, their entrances hidden behind bramble or loose stones. Others selected soft sandstone hills where the earth yielded slowly to human persistence. Over time, these hollowed spaces would become both home and tomb. The last shelter before death delivered them to the eternity they contemplated every day. What could drive a person to such an existence? Partly, it was the Christian conviction that society itself was a labyrinth of temptation. To live among others meant to risk pride, envy, and desire. To live alone, by contrast, was to strip life down to its barest terms: hunger, thirst, prayer. Medieval chroniclers sometimes described these hermits as living saints, yet others viewed them with suspicion, convinced that such radical separation from society must conceal heresy or madness. The reality, as usual, was more complicated. The man who dug his cave likely did not set out to be admired. He sought to become invisible. He believed that the stillness of stone could teach him truths that no preacher's sermon could match. In the hush of his cave, he would recite psalms from memory. He would listen to the slow drip of groundwater from the ceiling, the only clock marking the passage of days. Food was delivered rarely, sometimes by local villagers who left bread and dried legumes on a flat rock outside the entrance. He might wait hours before venturing out to retrieve it, preferring to see no one. Monastic orders sometimes recorded these lives, though often in the margins of larger chronicles. One scribe noted how a hermit's cave was not merely a refuge, but a declaration that the soul's journey mattered more than any earthly relationship or comfort. In some cases, the hermit's cave would become a site of pilgrimage after his death. People would travel miles to peer inside the darkness he had chosen and to touch the walls his hands had shaped. They believed that the raw, unadorned space retained something of his holiness. In this way, the very absence he created in life became a presence after he was gone. It is easy now to imagine such a man as pitiable or deranged, but to those who lived in the medieval world, where famine, disease, and war were constant companions, his choice might have seemed almost enviable. He had found a way to confront mortality without distraction. He had made a sanctuary of silence. And in that silence, he had learned to wait for God without expectation or complaint. Some hermits recorded visions that came to them during long vigils. They claimed to hear voices in the stone or to see flickering lights where no torch burned. These experiences were not always welcomed. The hermit who dug his own cave likely knew that isolation could summon not only revelation, but also terror. Medieval theology taught that demons were drawn to solitary souls. Some writings described phantom visitors that came at night, pressing cold fingers to the hermit's chest or whispering doubts into his ear. Still, he remained. Still, he dug deeper. In the end, there is something both unsettling and noble in the idea of a man burying himself alive by choice. creating a tomb he intended to inhabit for decades. He knew the cave would one day be the place where his body would fail, yet that knowledge only sharpened his purpose. Each day he woke in darkness, he reaffirmed the belief that a life stripped of all comfort could reveal a kind of truth no cathedral could contain. And perhaps that is why these caves endure as monuments, even when their builders' names have been lost. The marks of chisel and hammer remain. They are silent proof that, in an age of constant upheaval, a single person could vanish from the world and yet leave behind a hollow so potent it would echo centuries later. When you hear the word hermit, think not of a cartoonish figure with a staff and a long beard muttering prophecies. Think instead of a man alone in his dark cell, scraping a wall hour after hour with unshakable conviction. Think of the weight of the earth pressing around him, the cold air that never warmed, the bread that came just often enough to sustain life. And understand that he was not simply hiding. He was seeking something so absolute, so impossible, that the only fitting place to look for it was the silent heart of the stone itself, the monk who adopted a stray cat as his only companion. In a monastery tucked beyond the edges of the known world, far from the clamor of villages and the drifting paths of pilgrims, there lived a monk whose life had become a study in silence. He had taken vows that bound him to solitude and contemplation, a daily existence marked only by the hours of prayer and the slow illumination of manuscript pages. His cell was scarcely larger than a stable's stall, a rough-hewn table for his ink and vellum, a narrow cot, and a single window through which the world beyond looked impossibly distant. To many, it must have seemed an existence stripped of all comfort. But it was here, in the most unadorned of circumstances, that a tiny presence emerged to alter the course of his days forever. It began, so the chroniclers suggest, on a winter afternoon when the monk noticed a pale shape weaving between the frozen hedgerows. A stray cat, its ribs pressing against thin fur, wandered into the monastery courtyard, lured perhaps by the faint promise of shelter. The monk, who had for years spoken only to God and the occasional visiting abbot, found himself pausing in his work to watch the creature. There was something so defiant in the way it lifted its head, meeting his gaze without fear. In a world built on obedience and discipline, the cat was a living emblem of self-determination, of hunger that would not be silenced. Over the next days, the cat began appearing beneath his window. At first, it remained cautious, darting away if he approached. But hunger overcame suspicion, and soon it permitted him to set out scraps of bread softened in warm broth. When the blizzards hardened the earth to iron, he opened his door and allowed the creature to slip inside. The monastery rules were strict: no companionship beyond one's brethren, no pets to distract the mind from divine study. Yet in that moment, the monk could not bring himself to turn the cat back into the cold. He wrapped it in a scrap of wool and set it beside the embers of his small hearth. Within weeks, the cat became not merely a visitor, but an inhabitant of his cell, and eventually, something even more profound, a witness to his inner life. For countless hours, the monk sat bent over his parchment, copying sacred texts and embellishing them with meticulous borders. The cat would watch him, tail flicking in rhythm with the scratch of the quill. When he paused to grind fresh ink or to read aloud the lines he had transcribed, the cat would rise, circle his ankles, and settle against the hem of his robe. It was during these long vigils that he began calling the cat his ink companion, a phrase that survives in a marginal note in a surviving psalter. Historians have since studied that manuscript, marveling at the curious detail he left beside a miniature of the Madonna, a sketch of the cat itself, curled in sleep, labeled with affectionate Latin words that translate roughly to "my little scribe." This simple drawing conveys something that no grand theological tract could. that even the most devout can feel the ache of isolation, and that solace can arrive in the smallest form. The cat, indifferent to the strictures of monastic life, reminded the monk of the softness that endures beneath all discipline. In the evenings, when the bells had ceased their tolling and the wind moaned through the cloisters, the monk read aloud by candlelight, the words of Augustine or Jerome rising into the gloom. The cat would press close to the warmth of his side, and he would rest one hand on its narrow back, feeling the slow pulse of its contentment. It was a communion more intimate than any he had known. For years he had believed that a life stripped of all attachments was the purest path to enlightenment, that the renunciation of comfort was the surest way to transcend the world. And yet here, in the presence of a creature who demanded nothing but a morsel of bread and a place to sleep, he discovered a gentler form of grace. Those who visited the monastery, envoys, bishops, curious nobles, would sometimes remark on the cat's presence, amused or disapproving, but none dared to order its removal. Perhaps they sensed that to banish this small companion would be to fracture something essential in the old monk's spirit. Even the abbot, who had once chastised him for allowing sentiment to intrude upon his vows, relented when he observed how the cat's company eased the monk's labors. In a time when illness stalked the halls, and many of the brethren suffered under the burdens of fasting and ceaseless work, the monk alone seemed undiminished, his eyes bright with the quiet joy of shared existence. In this way, the years unspooled. The cat grew older, its muzzle whitening and its steps slowing. When it no longer had the strength to jump onto his work table, the monk built a small ramp from leftover wood so that it could still claim its place beside his ink pots. Some nights he would wake to find it curled against his ribs, purring with a sound so steady it seemed like an extension of the monastery's silence. Other nights he would watch it sleep and feel the stirring of an affection so fierce it startled him, a reminder that he was, despite all vows, still a creature of this earth, still bound by the simple need to love and be loved. One winter dawn, he woke to find the cat gone from the blankets. He searched the corners of the cell, panic rising. At last he discovered it near the cold hearth, lying still. Its breath had departed quietly, without fanfare or complaint. He knelt and gathered it up, feeling the surprising lightness of its body, as though all that had anchored it to the world had simply melted away. For a long time he did not move. No prayer came readily to his lips, no consolation from the scriptures he had so carefully transcribed. All he felt was a hollow ache where that small life had been. Yet in that moment of grief, he understood something he had never gleaned from doctrine. He saw that love, in all its forms, is the substance that threads itself through every act of devotion. That the patience with which he had fed and sheltered the cat was no different from the patience God asked of him. That tenderness was not a distraction from holiness, but its expression. And so, when he buried his ink companion in the monastery garden, beneath the frost-laden sod, he whispered not the rote prayers of the liturgy, but words of thanks for the warmth, the quiet companionship, and the mercy of an unexpected friendship. Years later, when other monks examined his manuscripts, they puzzled over the marginal sketches of the cat, the fond notations beside the psalms and gospel passages. Some dismissed them as eccentricities, the indulgences of a lonely scribe, but others saw them for what they were, evidence that the spirit finds its own ways to survive the rigor of isolation. The cat had been more than a pet. It had been an anchor to the world, a flickering reminder that sanctity is not measured only in sacrifice, but in the quiet acts of care we offer to the least of creatures. So whenever you picture a medieval monk hunched over his desk in the cold lamplight, imagine too the small form curled beside him, eyes half closed in trust. Imagine the steady rhythm of pen on vellum. the sigh of wind against the monastery walls, and in the midst of all that solemn stillness, the purr that softened the monk's solitude into something luminous. This is the legacy the ink companion left behind, a testament to the ways love can seep into even the most disciplined of lives, transforming the barren spaces into places of tender abundance. The woman who sang to herself while spinning alone. In a small, smoke-stained cottage on the edge of a medieval village, there once lived a woman whose name never made it into any illuminated manuscript or noble ledger. She was not a queen, nor the wife of a renowned knight. She was simply a spinner, a woman whose days were measured by the steady rhythm of her wheel and the aching quiet that pressed against her thoughts like an invisible weight. But if you had stood by her crooked doorway, you would have heard something that transformed that silence into something almost holy, a thin, wavering melody drifting out over the fields, rising and falling like a fragile banner of her own making. She sang to herself as she spun, hour after hour, her voice the only companion she could rely on. Spinning in the medieval world was not just a chore, it was the linchpin of domestic survival. Almost every household depended on the yarn and thread produced by women like her. The raw wool would arrive in heavy bundles, stinking of lanolin and earth, sometimes still clinging to bits of straw. The spinner's hands were expected to transform this unpromising mass into something smooth and uniform, ready to be woven into cloth. But no one spoke much of the isolation that came with it. In many villages, men and women labored together in fields or workshops, but spinning remained a solitary art. The spinner would sit by her wheel for 12, sometimes 14 hours a day, her shoulders hunched, her feet working the treadle, her fingers constantly teasing out the fibers. And in this unbroken quiet, a human mind could begin to fracture. To fend off that fracture, she sang. Her songs were rarely the grand ballads sung in the hall after harvest feasts. They were small, spontaneous inventions, half lullaby, half whispered prayer. A line repeated, then bent into something new, a melody that circled back on itself like the wool winding on her bobbin. When loneliness pressed too hard on her ribs, she might imagine that she was singing to someone who had gone away, a sister who had married into another village, a mother buried under a mossy stone, or a child who had not lived to see its second spring. Each verse was a way of conjuring their presence for a moment, as if memory could step into the room and sit beside her. Though we have almost no written records of these women's lyrics, a few fragmentary accounts survive in court depositions and moral treatises. One scribe described passing a cottage and hearing a spinner's song floating out through the wooden slats. He said the melody was sweet but peculiar, like the tune of a bird that had never heard another of its kind. Another observer remarked that such songs were tokens of idleness, betraying a suspicion that if a woman was singing, she could not be working efficiently. But this was never true. In fact, the rhythm of spinning and the rhythm of singing often merged. The slow rise and fall of her voice matched the wheels turning, each rotation of the spindle almost dictating the tempo. The song was not a distraction. It was a lifeline, a secret ritual to keep despair from setting its hooks too deep. Historians have tried to reconstruct what life would have felt like in those cottages, especially for women without family nearby. Imagine the way the air grew close and stale as the day wore on, the way the shadows crept across the packed dirt floor, the way the wheel groaned when it needed oil. Imagine her bare feet, calloused from years of standing on cold flagstones. Imagine the little wooden box where she kept her combs and spindle whorls, each item laid out with a care that betrayed how little else she had to arrange. In that setting, a song became more than ornament. It was an anchor. It reminded her that she was still here, still human, still able to create something purely her own, Sometimes, these songs included fragments of older folk tales. Other times, they wove in snatches of Latin from the village church, bits of psalms she barely understood but felt safe repeating. A medieval woman's education was rarely formal, but the mind is hungry by nature. Isolated spinners became repositories of oral tradition almost by accident. They passed stories and tunes along by humming them to themselves until they became embedded in muscle memory. And so, in a strange way, the spinning room was also a kind of archive, a hidden place where culture survived even when no parchment recorded it. This loneliness, and the quiet defiance of singing into it, was not unique to England or France or Italy. Across Europe, wherever women were charged with the monotonous work of spinning, the same strategies appeared. In Germany, there were accounts of spinners singing to ward off evil spirits said to lurk in empty houses. In Scandinavia, women hummed during the long winter nights, their songs mingling with the hiss of the hearth. In Italy, chroniclers noted how widows would sit by their wheels and intone dirges for husbands lost to plague or war. Though the details varied, the impulse was the same: to hold on to sanity and dignity through the alchemy of song. Even centuries later, when industrial looms began to replace hand spinning, some of these women carried their melodies with them into the factories. Observers in the early 19th century reported that factory girls often worked in silence, but occasionally someone would begin a tune, and gradually a low chorus would swell across the spinning frames. It was a faint echo of the songs their grandmothers had sung alone by the hearth. Though the clatter of machines soon drowned them out, the impulse did not vanish. It persisted because the human spirit does not easily yield to mechanical time. When you think of medieval women, perhaps you imagine them as passive figures, crushed by hardship. But in that narrow space beside the spinning wheel, there was an act of quiet rebellion. Each song was a refusal to be swallowed by obscurity. Each verse declared that she was still present, still aware, still capable of beauty. For a woman who might spend days without seeing another soul, this was no small thing. The singing spinner was an emblem of all the invisible lives that sustained a society, lives that rarely made it into the chronicles of kings, but without which no kingdom could survive. There are no monuments to these women. You will not find statues of them in town squares or frescoes of them in churches. But if you close your eyes, you might hear them still. A thin melody rising above the hum of a spinning wheel, asserting the right to be remembered, even if no one was listening. It is a sound that belongs to all the unnamed women who, in the privacy of their work, made their own company, their own solace, and their own proof that they existed. Their stories are a reminder that history is not only the story of battles and treaties, but also of the everyday struggle to keep the mind from fraying under the pressure of relentless repetition and seclusion. The woman who sang to herself while spinning alone left behind no written testament, but her voice, soft, improvised, determined, carried across centuries in the faint record of those who paused to listen. And perhaps that is the most powerful legacy of all, the knowledge that even in the most desolate moments, the human heart will find a way to sing. The knight's widow who moved to a convent to escape silence. Imagine a widow draped in a heavy wool cloak, standing alone in the drafty halls of a tower built to protect her from enemies she would never see. The stone walls rose around her like a fortress and a prison, both a testament to her late husband's rank and a daily reminder of his absence. This was the life many noblewomen inherited when their husbands, often knights or minor lords, died in war or from illness. The estate passed to their sons, if they had any, or to distant male relatives, while the widow herself remained stranded between two worlds, too important to be cast out, yet too inconvenient to belong. For some, the crushing quiet became more suffocating than any threat from the outside. In medieval Europe, A noble widow was expected to keep the household intact, maintain appearances, and preserve family honor. But beneath those obligations, there was a loneliness few dared to name. Estates were often far from town. Servants came and went with hushed deference, never speaking freely in her presence. Guests were rare. The daily rhythm became a long procession of silence, broken only by church bells and the hollow echo of her own footsteps. For years, she might eat every meal alone, read the same psalms alone, walk the parapets at dusk alone. Some widows found comfort in this seclusion, treating it as a dignified retreat. But others discovered that their grief became sharper when there was no one to witness it. A woman could go days without hearing her own voice, except in prayer. Chroniclers recorded how some noblewomen began to fear they were losing their minds in these empty rooms. The same walls that once kept them safe became a cage in which memories turned into ghosts. It was in this deep, echoing isolation that some women chose an unexpected refuge, the convent. To modern ears, this might sound like trading one solitude for another. But in truth, medieval convents were alive with communal life. They were among the only spaces where women could govern themselves, speak freely among equals, and share in purpose beyond marriage and inheritance. Inside those walls, widows were no longer ornamental figures bound to the memory of their husbands. They became part of a collective, a chorus of voices raised in work, study, and prayer. When a knight's widow arrived at a convent, she often brought her own furnishings and books. She might be given a small private cell, but she would also join the sisters for meals, services, and work in the scriptorium or gardens. For the first time in years, she heard laughter, disagreement, debate, ordinary sounds that filled the spaces grief had hollowed out. In the convent, she could speak without measuring every word. She could confess her sorrow and not be met with polite avoidance. She could feel herself woven into the daily fabric of community. There are records of noblewomen who described this transition in vivid detail. One widow of a Breton knight wrote that she felt she had been buried alive in her tower estate. She said that when she came to the convent, it was as if her soul breathed again. Another English gentlewoman left behind letters describing how she had fled her lands because she could no longer bear the silence. She called the convent a little city of voices. It would be misleading to imagine that convent life was always easy. Discipline was strict, and the routine could be demanding. But for many widows, these rigors were preferable to the endless, unmarked days of solitude. In the convent, their mourning became a shared labor rather than a solitary burden. Their identities were no longer defined by whom they had lost, but by what they could contribute. Sometimes, this move was also an act of quiet defiance. A widow who entered a convent retained control over her dowry. In a world where her property might otherwise be absorbed by male heirs or in-laws, this was a way to protect a measure of independence. She could make donations to the convent, commission prayers for her husband's soul, or sponsor books and artworks in his memory. Her grief became something active, transformed from private despair into a public good. Imagine her arriving at the convent gates after a dawn journey in a rattling cart, the towers of her former home vanishing behind her in the mist. She stepped down, carrying little more than a small chest of belongings and the weight of her loneliness. But as the sisters gathered to greet her, she felt the hush that had pressed on her for years finally begin to lift. Here, she was not merely a widow. She was a participant in something larger than herself, a life shaped by voices instead of silence. For the medieval knight's widow, this was not simply escape. It was a return to human connection. And in that communal life, those shared meals, chanted psalms, whispered confidences, she rediscovered the parts of herself she thought had been entombed with her husband, the forest hermit who was treated like a saint by locals. In a time when most people clung to the protection of their village walls and the steady rhythm of communal life, there was one man who turned his back on all of it. He walked into the forest alone, carrying nothing but a bundle of blankets, a wooden bowl, and a single candle he would ration for weeks. He was determined never to return. To the villagers he left behind, his departure was more than an act of solitude. It was a passage into something sacred and unknowable. In medieval Europe, hermits were woven into the fabric of local life, even as they withdrew from it. Some were driven by visions or the conviction that God had called them to renounce all human company. Others fled corruption, cruelty, or grief that could not be mended among others. This man's reasons were never fully recorded. What we know comes only in glimpses, a note in a monastery ledger, a passing reference in a noble's diary, and the oral histories handed down by generations of villagers who believed they had once known a living saint. He chose a clearing deep in the forest, far beyond the farthest pasture fences. There, where the trees grew so dense that daylight itself fractured into shifting beams, he began to carve a shelter. It was not a cave in the rock, but a hollow of branches, packed with moss and earth, hidden so well that even seasoned hunters struggled to find it. From that day forward, he spoke to no one. Seasons passed. Autumn's cold winds and winter's snow, the first blooms of spring and the dense summer heat. But he did not return to the village. Yet something curious began to happen. The people he left behind could not help but wonder about him. They began to believe that his solitude was not merely an escape, but a kind of purification, a trial that would unlock wisdom denied to ordinary souls. Mothers whispered to their children that the hermit prayed for the village every night, that his prayers would protect their livestock, ensure good harvests, and keep illness at bay. When a child fell sick or a crop withered unexpectedly, villagers began to slip into the forest with offerings, loaves of bread, jars of dried berries, bundles of herbs. They left them outside the entrance to his hidden shelter, sometimes with folded scraps of parchment on which they had scribbled desperate pleas. Did he ever read them? No one knows. He never wrote back, never sent a message. But the food disappeared, and the letters were gone when the villagers returned. This was enough to convince them that he watched over them, even from the shadows. In time, the act of leaving offerings became a ritual. On certain holy days, entire families would make the trek together, treading softly so as not to disturb the silence they believed he cherished. Children would peer into the darkness, hoping to glimpse the figure of the hermit kneeling in prayer. Sometimes, the villagers claimed they heard a low chant drifting through the trees, a sound like distant singing. Whether it was truly his voice or the wind was impossible to say. But belief, once kindled, rarely fades. And so, the legend of the forest hermit grew. Local priests were divided in their opinions. Some warned that such veneration bordered on superstition, even idolatry. Others quietly approved, believing that God might indeed grant special insight to those willing to sacrifice everything for contemplation. A few tried to visit him in person, hoping to coax him back into the world, or at least confirm he was alive. None succeeded. Those who ventured too close reported an overwhelming hush, as though the forest itself enforced his solitude. In many ways, the hermit became a mirror onto which people projected their hopes and fears. To some, he was a holy man, closer to heaven because he had abandoned earthly attachments. To others, he was a cautionary figure, proof of what could happen when a soul became too consumed by isolation. And to a few, he was simply a mystery, a question no one could answer. Years passed, and children grew into adults who still carried memories of those secret pilgrimages into the trees. Whenever misfortune struck, the villagers returned to the forest path, leaving small tokens behind. A piece of linen, a candle stub, a handful of coins pressed into the soil. Even when no sign came from the hermit, they believed he interceded for them in ways unseen. When he finally died, no one is certain exactly when, his body was found by accident. A shepherd, searching for a lost lamb, stumbled upon the hidden shelter. Inside, the hermit's remains were arranged as if he had simply fallen asleep, hands folded on his chest. The food the villagers had left was stacked neatly in one corner. A faint trace of incense still clung to the walls. They buried him on that very spot, beneath the canopy of trees where he had lived so long. For years afterward, the place remained a site of quiet devotion. People continued to visit, pressing their palms to the earth as if it still contained a lingering holiness. Even today, stories survive, half memory, half myth, of the man who gave up everything so that he could stand alone before God, and who, despite his silence, became an unshakable presence in the hearts of all who knew he was there. In the end, his life was a paradox. He had sought to vanish from human sight, to strip away every connection. Yet by doing so, he inspired devotion more enduring than any sermon. His absence became its own form of guidance. The villagers never forgot him because he embodied a question none of them could ever fully answer. What might we discover if we dared to let go of everything we thought we needed? The orphaned boy who carved dolls to talk to. In the bleak aftermath of the plague that swallowed entire villages, a lone boy remained among the ashes of his life. He was perhaps 8 or 9 when the sickness arrived, carried in the breath of travelers and the grain sacks stacked in the storeroom. One by one, the neighbors closed their doors, too afraid to answer even a desperate knock. Soon the streets grew still, except for the carts bearing away bodies in the dawn haze. His parents were among the last to fall ill, and though he tried to care for them with clumsy hands, nothing could halt the fever. When their bodies were taken, he was told to wait inside until someone returned. But no one did. Days passed as silence pressed in on him, filling every corner of the house. He searched the empty homes, gathering crumbs, blankets, any proof he was not already a ghost among ruins. He might have gone mad if not for the discovery of his father's carving knife. Its handle was worn smooth from years of labor. The boy had seen his father shape small toys from scraps of wood, the way he coaxed life from lifeless things. With no voice left to call to, and no ear to hear his cries, he set about creating a new family, one splinter at a time. He began with the simplest form, a figure with 2 arms, no face, no name. As his hands grew steadier, the shapes became more detailed. He carved a mother with a kind tilt of the head, a father whose shoulders seemed always braced to lift burdens, a sister with a braid trailing down her back. He worked late into the nights by the dim glow of an oil lamp, determined to replace absence with something solid, something that would stay. When dawn came, he arranged them around him and spoke aloud to each. He would tell them what he'd seen through the broken windows, what he remembered of before. He made up stories to fill the empty hours, giving each figure a history. In those tales, they were never sick, never afraid. At first, he believed this would be a temporary comfort until the grown men returned to reclaim the village. But weeks blended into months, and the fields grew wild without scythes to tame them. He stopped expecting rescue. Instead, he deepened the rituals. Every morning he greeted each doll, as if they had truly awakened from sleep. He gave them the best crumbs he scavenged, arranging them carefully on tiny plates he carved himself. When storms battered the house, he clutched them to his chest and whispered that everything would be all right. The loneliness was a hunger that never ceased. But the dolls became more than objects. They were guardians of memory, witnesses to all he endured. With each new figure, he preserved some fragile thread of hope. He began carving animals, a dog like the one he barely remembered, a cat that curled beside his imagined sister. As the seasons turned, the boy grew taller, and the collection multiplied. By the time a passing band of pilgrims finally entered the village, the house had transformed into a silent theater of wooden faces. The pilgrims were horrified to discover a child living alone among the dead, surrounded by dozens of dolls. But when they tried to take them away, he screamed with such desperation that they relented. They saw that these small figures were his shield against despair. He would not abandon them, even to be carried to safety. So the pilgrims allowed him to pack them carefully into a burlap sack, each wrapped in cloth. As they led him away, he looked back only once, memorizing the doorway he had waited behind so long. Years later, he was grown, but he never ceased carving. In the monastery where he was taken, he became known for his skill in shaping figures so lifelike that even the old monks marveled. Some said he carved to honor the saints, but those who knew him better understood he was still gathering his family, one patient stroke at a time. The plague had stolen his kin, but through the blade and the wood, he had refused to surrender to emptiness. His story survives in a single account, recorded by a monk who wrote of a boy who spoke to his wooden family more tenderly than most speak to the living. In the quiet hours, the monk saw him arranging the dolls, still whispering to them as if no years had passed. Some might call it madness, but perhaps it was the purest kind of love, a refusal to let death have the last word, the nobleman who went mad, speaking only to his reflection. In a remote corner of medieval Europe, there once stood a castle perched above a river whose dark waters seemed to mirror the sky itself. Inside that fortress lived a nobleman whose tragedy would blur the line between grief and madness. His name has faded from records, but chronicles whisper of the Lord who, after losing every heir to fever, withdrew into the silence of his chambers and began to speak only to his own reflection. Some said that he believed the mirrors held the souls of his children. Others claimed he was convinced they showed him visions of a life he had lived centuries before. The castle's servants would pass his door and hear his voice rising and falling in solemn conversation. At first, they thought he was praying. Then they realized he was addressing the polished glass as if it were a trusted companion. No one dared interrupt. Over time, the nobleman refused all counsel. He ordered every tapestry removed so the walls could be lined with mirrors. In their cold surfaces, he saw not only the faces he had lost, but a world that no longer existed. He believed the mirrors revealed his hidden truth, that he had lived before as a Roman centurion, that the life he now suffered was a punishment for ancient crimes. When visitors came, they found him seated before the largest mirror, dressed in ceremonial robes, reciting names in Latin. He never looked at them, only at the image that stared back. Those who studied medieval medicine would later call this a melancholia of the most dangerous sort, a fixation so consuming that it swallowed all reason. Some believed his madness was a form of possession. Others, more charitable, called it a last attempt to find meaning in unbearable loss. The castle grew quiet as servants fled the oppressive gloom. Only a handful remained, leaving trays of food that often went untouched. At night, the nobleman walked the halls by candlelight, stopping before each mirror to search the depths of his reflection. Sometimes he would laugh softly, as if sharing a secret no living soul could understand. Other times he wept, pressing his hand to the glass. In his eyes, those surfaces were not empty. They were the only portals left to a past that refused to die. This obsession was not unique in medieval Europe. Mirrors were often believed to be windows to other realms. Superstition warned that staring too long into them invited spirits or demons. For a man hollowed by grief, the mirror offered a promise. Here you can still see what was stolen. Here you can believe you were more than this lonely figure. Historians found records noting that he spoke of an eternal return, that life was a cycle of loss repeating across centuries. He claimed the mirror proved it, that each life ended in the same sorrow, that he was cursed to remember them all. As years passed, the nobleman wasted away. When he died, the mirrors were draped in black cloth. Servants said it was to prevent his spirit from becoming trapped, but others whispered that it was the only way to break the spell that had held him prisoner. Today, fragments of those mirrors survive in museum collections. If you look into them, you see only your own face. Yet somewhere in their darkened depths lingers the memory of a man who tried to escape time itself. His story is a testament to the perils of grief untempered by hope, and the haunting power of reflections to show us not only what we are, but what we fear we have always been. The shepherd who trained his dog to bark on command. Just to hear something. In the high pastures, where the wind carried no human voices and the grass whispered in endless currents, a shepherd lived alone with his flock and a single dog who became more than a companion. The dog was a border collie with a white blaze across his nose, a creature bred for obedience and watchfulness. But what no one recorded in any ledger or church roll was that the shepherd taught the dog to bark when he spoke certain phrases, simply so he would not feel himself dissolving into that silence. Each dawn, he would rise to a world without conversation, without any reminder that he existed except the soft crunch of hooves on frost. In medieval Europe, shepherds often spent months on the slopes. They slept in crude shelters of stone and turf, their days measured by the shifting patterns of the flock. In that suspended time, the mind could grow porous, and loneliness could feel like a fog. Some shepherds recited prayers aloud, some sang to themselves, but this man discovered another way. He devised commands that did not direct the dog to herd or guard, but to simply make noise, a bark that broke the hush like a small explosion of life. When he called out a phrase, perhaps a line from a psalm or a nonsense syllable, the dog would spring to its feet and let out a sharp report, a sound that struck the shepherd's ears like proof that he had not disappeared. In the hush of the high fields, the bark was more than noise. It was a reminder that there was still another living being who would respond, who would acknowledge his voice. Medieval texts sometimes mention how isolation could become dangerous to the mind. Chroniclers described men who came down from the pastures in autumn unable to speak in full sentences, their thoughts clouded by months without dialogue. This shepherd sensed that same danger and created a ritual to ward it off. He would speak, the dog would answer, and the world would feel less empty. Over weeks, he trained the dog so thoroughly that certain words elicited barks, even when spoken softly. He found comfort in knowing that his voice, even a whisper, could shape another creature's response. At dusk, when the sky burned low and the sheep huddled close, he would sometimes test the training, calling out in the failing light to hear that familiar reply. The relationship between shepherds and their dogs was profound. These animals were not pets, but extensions of the shepherd's will. Yet in this case, the bond became something stranger, an antidote to an ache no medicine could ease. The dog's bark was like a heartbeat in the grass, a pulse that proved the shepherd was not yet swallowed by the loneliness of the hills. Historians who reconstruct pastoral life often focus on economics, wool production, grazing rights, taxes. But the deeper story is one of endurance, not only of cold and hunger, but of the peculiar quiet that settles on a man's thoughts when no voice but his own returns to him. The shepherd who taught his dog to bark at a word left no letters behind, no diary to explain his motives. Yet in that small, deliberate training, we glimpse something universal, the longing to be heard, to know that existence still had weight. When the shepherd finally descended each autumn, he returned to a village that found him odd, perhaps too quiet or too prone to staring past people's shoulders. But if anyone had asked, he might have said that the mountain silence never quite let go. Even among the noise of market day, he remembered the hush of the pasture, the brittle grass, and the dog's voice that had been his only echo. To train a dog to bark so you will not vanish is a story no chronicles thought worth recording. But in that one small act, we find a testament to the human refusal to surrender to nothingness, a fragile triumph carved out of endless solitude. The nun who wrote her confessions as letters to a friend who'd died. In a medieval convent where the days were measured by bells and the silence between them could feel endless, there were women who found secret ways to keep their hearts from withering. Among them were nuns who had left everything behind: family, property, the right to choose whom to love, yet carried one bond that refused to dissolve with time or distance. Imagine a nun kneeling in her small cell, a tallow candle flickering beside her, writing words she could never speak aloud. She addressed them to someone who no longer walked this earth. A friend she had loved before the cloister doors closed behind her. A sister in spirit whose absence was an ache that no rule or ritual could soothe. These letters were not just exercises in memory. They were confessions, pleas, conversations that blurred the line between the living and the dead. Some women wrote to lost companions as if they might answer, describing the quiet terror of surrendering to convent life, the moments of joy that felt stolen, the secrets they dared not share with their confessors. They slipped these letters into books of hours or psalters, between pages worn soft by devotion, as if hiding their words in the folds of Scripture might protect them. To us, this may seem like a private indulgence, but in the Middle Ages, it was something more profound. A practice that revealed how love and longing were never fully banished by vows. Church doctrine taught that the dead could hear prayers, that saints and souls could intercede, but no official teaching sanctioned these intimate epistles. They belonged to a shadow world of grief, where spiritual yearning intertwined with human attachment. Consider how this ritual began. A novice might arrive in the convent already bereaved. A plague had carried off her dearest friend, or war had stolen someone she could not forget. Within the convent walls, she was expected to strip away her old life, to regard all attachments as temptations to be transcended. Yet when night fell, and the hush became almost unbearable, she would light a candle and set out parchment. Her quill scratched the surface, and the ink dried into lines that no superior would ever be allowed to read. One surviving fragment from a 14th century Flemish convent records a nun's confession to her departed sister. She wrote that every time she heard the choir singing the Magnificat, she imagined the dead woman's voice harmonizing alongside her. She begged forgiveness for surviving. She asked whether the soul she loved was now at peace or still wandering in some twilight realm. Sometimes, these letters were hidden for decades, tucked into the bindings of devotional books. Other times, the writer buried them beneath the candles she lit at the chapel's altar. As the wax melted down and pooled over the folded parchment, she believed her words were sealed into the memory of the sacred space itself, a secret offering no one could retrieve. The choice to write these confessions was an act of both rebellion and faith. In theory, a nun's interior life was to be revealed only to her confessor and to God. But these letters belonged to another category, they were testament to a relationship that refused to vanish, even when cloistered life demanded total detachment. Some historians have called this a quiet resistance against the absolute authority of religious rule. Others see it as a necessary channel for grief in a world with few outlets for sorrow. Imagine the ritual unfolding in the hush before dawn. The convent was a fortress of discipline, but in her cell, a woman could reclaim a fragment of her own story. She might whisper the name of the lost friend as she wrote, her voice no louder than the sound of her heart. She poured out memories of childhood games, the first time they prayed together, the promises made in a churchyard now overgrown with weeds. When she set down her quill and folded the page, she was not just preserving recollection, she was refusing to let death erase connection. In the logic of medieval devotion, the boundary between temporal and eternal was thin. She could believe, sincerely, that the departed spirit lingered just beyond the veil, listening. Over time, some of these letters were discovered when books were rebound or cells were cleared after a nun's death. The language they carried was raw in its candor, far more personal than any official record. One letter found in a Spanish convent spoke of guilt. The writer confessed she had sometimes envied the dead for escaping the burdens she still bore. Another fragment expressed gratitude, telling the departed friend that her memory was the only reason the writer had survived the first bitter winter of cloistered life. The Church never formally endorsed this practice, but neither did it fully condemn it. In an age when mortality was everywhere and plague could extinguish a village overnight, no one doubted the reality of loss. These letters were a way to bring the dead back into dialogue, to insist that love outlasted breath. If you picture that candle guttering low in the darkness, illuminating a woman bent over a final line she could barely finish, you can feel the weight of this ritual. It was not simply nostalgia. It was the human refusal to surrender memory to silence. In the act of writing, she claimed her sorrow as something holy, something no vow could erase. And when she hid the letter away, under wax, inside a binding, she was trusting that someone, somewhere, would understand that her heart still beat for the one who could never answer, the villager who visited empty graves. Just to be around the dead. There was once a man who felt more at ease among the dead than with the living. In the medieval village where he was born, life revolved around family, harvest, and faith. But for him, all of those ties slowly unraveled until he stood alone, a solitary figure, in a place where solitude was regarded with pity or suspicion. No surviving relatives, no children to carry his name, no friends to share the simplest confidences. He became, as some would later say, a man without witnesses, a person whose memories had no one to hold them except himself. So he went where no one else lingered for long. He took to spending his days in the village graveyard, moving among the leaning stones and sunken mounds, tending the places where other people's ancestors rested. He swept away fallen leaves, cleared moss from carved names he did not recognize, and packed fresh earth into the hollows that time had left behind. To some, it seemed a strange and morbid occupation, the way he hovered over graves that bore no connection to his bloodline. But to him, it was a kind of rescue. In a world where the living had turned their backs or simply vanished, he chose to belong to the dead. He found comfort in their unchanging company. Here, in this quiet field ringed by crooked fences, no one demanded explanations. No one measured his worth. The dead could not leave him as the living had. They asked nothing of him except that he remember. And so he did. He invented stories for the names etched in the stones. This one, he decided, had been a mother who baked bread so fragrant it perfumed the entire lane. That one, a carpenter whose hands shaped beams that still held up the village church. Another, a child lost to fever, whose laughter he could almost hear if he closed his eyes. Each grave became an imagined connection, a thread that wove him back into a community, even if it was a community of the departed. Some days he brought flowers, wild blossoms he gathered at dawn when the meadows were silvered with dew. He laid them carefully over graves that had gone unvisited for years. Other days, he simply sat in the grass, reading aloud from a tattered prayer book. He read not because he believed it would ease their rest, but because the sound of his own voice was proof that he was still here. Villagers watched from a distance. Some pitied him. Others muttered that he was half-crazed with loneliness, but a few understood that he had found a purpose that made sense in a life stripped of everything else. They noticed how the graveyard grew tidier over time, how the names of the forgotten slowly re-emerged from beneath the lichen. They saw that he, who had been all but invisible in life, had become the custodian of memory itself. Over the years, children grew accustomed to seeing him there, a bent figure moving slowly from one grave to the next. He became as much a fixture of the place as the yew trees that shaded the oldest tombs. Some children, emboldened by curiosity, asked why he spent so much time with the dead. He would smile and say, "Because here, no one is alone." When illness finally came for him, as it came for everyone, he left no instructions for his own burial. But the villagers decided he should rest in the cemetery he had tended so faithfully. They dug a narrow grave beside the oldest stones, the ones whose names he had traced with such care. As they lowered him into the earth, it seemed to them that he had simply stepped into the company he had been keeping for so long. In time, his story blurred into something between legend and cautionary tale. Some said he had lost his mind in the emptiness of his cottage. Others believed he had touched something sacred, a quiet, unspoken truth about how belonging can be found even among the silent and unseen. His grave was marked with a simple stone, no elaborate epitaph, only his name and the years he had walked the earth. But those who remembered him did not need more. They had watched how he transformed a neglected burial ground into a place of tenderness, how he showed that care could exist even when no one was left to witness it. If you ever find yourself in a graveyard, notice the smallest details. The weeds pulled up by unseen hands, the flowers that appear where no mourners remain. Somewhere, perhaps, a soul like his once lingered there, determined to prove that no life, however forgotten, is ever truly alone. And maybe in that quiet devotion, he found the kind of peace that the living rarely glimpse, a peace beyond fear, beyond loss, a belonging that death itself could not diminish, the pilgrim who walked for months. Just to hear another human voice, there are stories buried in the brittle pages of old chronicles, stories that remind us how easily silence can become a force as destructive as any war or plague. Among them is the account of a solitary pilgrim whose journey began not with a holy vision, but with the unbearable weight of a world gone too quiet. He had lived for years in a village tucked beyond fields that no longer rang with the laughter of children or the chorus of neighbors gathering to share the day's news. The plague had taken many, hunger had taken more, and those who survived learned to measure their lives in hush and distance. At first, he believed he could endure it. He kept to his small cottage, tending the same routines his father had taught him. Rise before dawn, whisper a prayer into the embers, walk the boundary of his land to be sure no one had trespassed. But each morning brought a deeper sense that he was the last flickering thought in a mind determined to forget itself. His voice, when he tried to use it, sounded foreign, the syllables stumbling. He began to dream of voices, murmurs in the darkness, scraps of song drifting from nowhere. He woke longing for them, half convinced they had been real. One evening, as twilight spread like ink over the hills, he gathered the few possessions he could carry: a patched cloak, a walking staff, a scrap of bread wrapped in cloth. He did not leave any message behind. There was no one left to read it. He stepped onto the road that led south, not toward any shrine he had sworn to honor, but toward the hope that somewhere, someone still spoke the language of the living. The chronicles say he walked for months. He passed through villages hushed by grief and fields abandoned to weeds. He paused at ruined chapels where only the wind recited prayers. In one settlement, he found a single old woman who had not spoken in years, her eyes vacant as she stared past him. He left her bread and moved on. Each mile became an act of quiet defiance, a refusal to be extinguished by isolation. When hunger clawed at him, he foraged what he could. When the cold threatened to stop his heart, he built small fires and crouched beside them, whispering any word that came to mind so that the dark would not claim his voice entirely. Some nights he wept without sound, afraid that even sorrow had abandoned him. But still he rose each morning, pressed forward, determined that somewhere ahead lay the simplest miracle: a human reply. At last, in the late weeks of winter, he reached the great pilgrim road that threaded through the highlands. There, at a crossroads marked by a crumbling stone cross, he saw a cluster of figures huddled near a fire. His heart jolted so hard he thought he might collapse. He stood watching them for a long time, afraid that if he called out, they would vanish like another dream. But when he finally stepped closer, one of the pilgrims lifted a hand in greeting. The gesture was so ordinary, so blessedly human, that he nearly fell to his knees. They asked his name, where he had come from, why he looked as if he'd stepped from a grave. His voice broke as he tried to answer. All he could manage was a single plea: "Please, keep talking." And so they did. They shared stories, some true, some invented, only to fill the air with something other than silence. They passed him a crust of bread and watched as he ate, tears streaking the dirt on his face. That night, he lay beside the embers, listening to their murmured conversation. It was a sound he had almost forgotten, a comfort more profound than any relic or scripture. In that moment, he understood that his journey had been as sacred as any pilgrimage to a holy site. He had not come seeking absolution or proof of divine favor. He had come to reclaim his place among the living. Years later, when he had settled near the pilgrim road, he would tell others of the time he walked for months simply to hear another voice. Some pitied him, imagining a life emptied by loss, but he would shake his head and say that the silence had taught him something no sermon ever could, that even the strongest spirit can be unmade by isolation, and that the simplest exchange, a greeting, a story, a name spoken aloud, is enough to bring a soul back from the brink. If you look in certain old manuscripts, you will find a note in the margin beside a pilgrim's prayer. It reads only, "To walk is to hope. To hear is to live." And perhaps that is the true legacy of this pilgrim's quiet ordeal. Not a tale of despair, but a testament to the stubborn resilience that can carry a person across desolate miles in search of the most essential need, the voice of another heart calling back, the midwife who cried to the moon, because no one else would listen. Imagine a time when childbirth was as much a gamble with death as it was a beginning of life. In medieval Europe's most remote villages, no doctor came when labor began. Instead, there was the midwife, often an older woman whose knowledge was passed not through books, but through memory and superstition. Hers was a role woven of contradictions, respected for her skill, feared for her power. For in a world that could not explain why some babies thrived and others never drew breath, it was easier to look for omens and curses than to accept the cruel randomness of nature. This is the story of one such midwife. Her name does not appear in chronicles, for she was just one among thousands of nameless women whose hands brought life into the world and sometimes carried it out again. But her legend survived in the whispered tales of villagers who said they had seen her, on the coldest nights, standing alone beneath the moon, her face lifted to the sky as she wept and spoke to the stars. They said she began her vigils after a winter when death visited too often. An epidemic swept through the village, and no amount of poultices or prayers could slow it. One by one, the pregnant women she cared for succumbed to fever, leaving their infants behind to be buried in the frozen earth. The villagers, desperate to make sense of the horror, began to look at her differently. They remembered every birth that ended in silence. They began to wonder if she had somehow invited the misfortune. The midwife understood this suspicion. It had happened before, in other places. When her presence could not be reconciled with hope, she became a convenient explanation for despair. And so she began to withdraw. She still came when the next mother called for her, still performed her duties with steady hands and quiet endurance. But when her work was done, she did not join the others at the hearth. She returned to her small cottage at the edge of the fields. And when night fell, she stepped outside and raised her voice to the sky. To some, this was a sign of madness. To others, it was an ancient practice older than any church, a way to share burdens no human ear could bear to hear. She spoke to the moon because it was the only witness that would never look away. She confessed her failures, her doubts, her exhaustion. She asked whether the lives she delivered had any meaning in a world where they could vanish so easily. She demanded to know if her solitude was a punishment or a calling. In many cultures, the moon was seen as a feminine presence, a celestial mother who governed the tides, the rhythms of blood, the mysteries of birth. Perhaps in those hours, the midwife imagined that the moon could answer her questions, could reassure her that she was more than the sum of other people's fears. Historians studying village records have found fragmentary accounts of women like her. Some were accused of witchcraft simply because too many deaths happened under their watch. Others were exiled, or worse. But there were places where the community understood that midwives occupied a space between worlds, the threshold where life began and sometimes ended. They bore witness to first breaths and final ones, and that burden left them marked in ways no one else could comprehend. Imagine her standing there on a winter night, her breath rising like smoke, her hands folded around a worn rosary, or perhaps a charm carved from bone. Her voice is hoarse but determined. She names each child she could not save. She names each mother whose hand she held until it went still. She names the parts of herself she feels she has lost along the way. The moonlight glints on her tears. She does not care who sees her. In this moment, she is simply a woman asking the universe to acknowledge the cost of her devotion. We might think of medieval midwives as relics of superstition, but they were, in truth, the first line of defense in a time when childbirth was a labyrinth of peril. They used what knowledge they had: herbs to ease pain, rituals to calm the mind, whispered prayers to keep despair at bay. When no one else would sit by the bed through the endless hours of labor, the midwife remained. And when the child came into the world, she was the first to see its face, the first to know if it would live. But no training prepared her for what to do when she was left alone with her memories. No sacrament absolved her for tragedies she could not prevent. And so she found her absolution in the moon. In her solitude, she created a ritual of her own. By speaking her grief aloud, she refused to let it consume her from within. By acknowledging the names and the losses, she honored them in a way no burial or ceremony could. Perhaps in some way, we all stand in that same field when we face the things we cannot change. We all look for something to witness our pain without judgment. For the midwife, it was the moon, a cold, silent companion that never turned away. Today, when we look back at these stories, we might feel pity for her isolation. but there is also something defiant in her vigil. She did not surrender to silence or fear. She spoke because she believed that her words mattered, even if no one else was willing to hear them. Her voice, carried upward on the night wind, was her testament that every life she touched, every joy and every sorrow deserved to be remembered. In a world that demanded she be strong beyond all measure, she allowed herself to be vulnerable beneath the stars. And in doing so, she taught us that even the most unacknowledged grief has a place in the vast sky where it can finally be set free. The widow who pretended to feed her dead children every night. In a stone cottage set apart from the nearest village by a stretch of weedy pasture and a row of leaning crosses, there lived a widow whose grief had swallowed nearly every part of her life. Her name is not inscribed in any parish registry in a way that would stand out. Just another woman left alone by the brutal arithmetic of medieval disease and hunger. But those who passed her house after dusk sometimes reported a strange and unearthly sight. The flicker of candlelight in her single window, a thin voice reciting names no one else could answer to, and the faint clink of bowls being set on a rough wooden table. She had lost her children to an epidemic that swept through the hamlet in the space of weeks, leaving little graves marked by nothing more than stones. Some believed she had begun to slip into madness when she continued to set places for them at supper. Each evening, she would light her stub of tallow candle and begin her ritual. She laid out as many bowls as there had been children. The oldest boy's bowl, chipped at the rim. The middle child's, with the pale swirl from years of porridge. The smallest, more a cup than a bowl, meant for the baby who never learned to walk. Her hands worked methodically, smoothing the tablecloth she had once woven herself. Then she would ladle thin broth into each empty dish, as if the children were simply late coming in from the yard. Witnesses who dared to peer in said her lips moved constantly, shaping words that no one else could hear. She whispered endearments, gentle scoldings, reminders to wash their hands. To the unknowing eye, it appeared she had conjured the children back into existence by sheer need. The records of the time show that many women were left alone by plague and famine, but few left behind evidence of how they carried that loss through their evenings. This widow's ritual was her answer to the question no priest could resolve. What do you do when the house is still full of memory, but empty of life? Some chroniclers called her practice a sign of witchcraft or dangerous delusion, but there was no malice in her actions, only the desperate ache of a mother who could not let go. The bowls were not mere symbols. They were proof that the children had been real, that their hunger and laughter had once filled that small space. Even as she sat across from their empty places, she was trying to preserve the fragile line between memory and forgetting. In her mind, perhaps she believed that the warmth of the broth might somehow ease the spirits. She hoped lingered near the doorway. Each night, she would speak as if they could still hear, her voice hoarse and tender. When she was finished, she would collect the untouched bowls, wipe them carefully, and place them back on the shelf. The next evening, she would do it again, as if time had not moved forward at all. Medieval chroniclers did not understand the depth of such grief. Their records focused on property, disease, the fate of souls. But between those lines of ink are hidden stories like this, of ordinary people waging a quiet battle against oblivion. Her neighbors learned to look away when they passed her window. Some whispered that she had lost her wits entirely, but others felt a terrible respect. For in her refusal to stop setting the table, she was fighting the final erasure of her children's lives. In the medieval world, where infant death was common and survival uncertain, ritual was sometimes the only tool left to impose order on loss. If the priests offered prayers for the dead, she offered something more intimate, the daily reenactment of her love. Even in the depth of winter, when frost rimed the inside of the shutters, she continued. A candle, a bowl, a whispered name. These were her defiance. These were the pieces of her heart she would not surrender to darkness. Some said that in her last days she became so frail she could not rise from her bed. Yet even then, she asked the woman who tended her to set out the bowls at dusk. The caretaker, moved beyond pity, did as she asked. She set each dish in its old place, and for a little while, the widow's breathing eased. In that small act, the house was again complete, if only in her fading imagination. When she died, the bowls were found still arranged for supper. They were washed and put away, but no one ever sat in those places again. In the end, her story survived only because it was so peculiar that the parish clerk made a note of it in the margins of a burial record. A single line that read, "She kept vigil for her lost ones every night." No one knows what became of the bowls or the table, but the memory of her vigil lingers as proof that in the quiet corners of history, there were souls who could not bear to forget. And perhaps that is not madness at all, but the most human thing of all, the blacksmith who left notes in the forest for spirits to read. In a medieval village pressed between the edge of a dark forest and the worn ruts of an old Roman road, there lived a blacksmith who believed that the trees themselves were listening. His forge stood apart from the other cottages, closer to the tangle of oak and yew, so when night fell and the last embers dimmed, he was left in a silence so complete it seemed alive. In the cold seasons, when the village shrank behind its palisade and even the church bells sounded distant, he felt a presence in the woods that no priest could name. No one knew exactly when he began leaving notes among the trees. Some said it was after his wife died, that grief had hollowed him in ways no hammer or anvil could repair. Others believed he had always been a man half in this world, half somewhere older and stranger. Whatever the cause, he started carrying scraps of parchment into the forest at dusk, when the branches blurred together in the dimming light. He would slip the folded notes into hollows and wedges of bark, pressing them in place as though they might be accepted or rejected by whatever unseen eyes he believed were watching. These were not prayers in the church's sense. They were questions and confessions, lines scribbled in a plain workman's hand. He asked whether the spirit of his wife was at peace. He wondered if the forest held the memory of the iron he pulled from the earth. Sometimes he simply wrote that he was lonely. Then he left the scraps behind, turned back toward the glow of the forge, and waited. To us, this might seem like a solitary ritual of grief, but in the medieval imagination, the forest was a place where the sacred and the uncanny coexisted. Even as Christianity spread across Europe, old beliefs clung to the margins. Woodlands were thought to be inhabited by spirits, sometimes demons, sometimes lost souls, sometimes older presences that predated any church. For a man whose life revolved around fire and iron, the forest was both a source of raw material and a realm of mystery. Neighbors spoke about him in hushed tones. Some pitied his sorrow, while others feared he was inviting trouble. The village priest warned that such habits could open a door to forces no man should disturb. But the blacksmith paid no mind. To him, the act of writing and leaving those scraps was as necessary as drawing breath. In the forge, he shaped iron to serve others. In the woods, he tried to shape meaning for himself. It is said that one winter evening, after weeks of snowfall, he returned to the trees where he had hidden his notes. Beneath the frozen bark, he found a scrap that had been unfolded and left leaning against the trunk, as though carefully placed for him to read. On the back was a single mark. No language he knew, just a curve of soot or ash in a shape he could never describe. Some villagers believed this was proof he had made contact with something beyond understanding. Others insisted he had left the mark himself and forgotten. but for the rest of his life, he swore that whatever left it had read his words and chosen to answer. This story is not recorded in any grand chronicle. It survived in local tales, handed down by families who once lived near that border of field and forest. And it reveals something essential about medieval life: how thin the wall could be between faith and fear, between official doctrine and private yearning. The Church taught that salvation came through sacraments and confession, but for many, that was not enough to soothe the raw edges of loss. They sought their own rituals, small, hidden gestures that offered comfort when no priest could. Imagine him walking into the woods in the twilight, the cold air biting his face, a lantern swinging at his side. Each step took him deeper into shadows that moved and shifted with his breath. He reached into his pocket for the latest scrap of parchment, its surface already creased by his rough fingers. He unfolded it one last time to read the words he had written, just to be sure they were exactly as he needed them. Then he tucked it into a hollow and pressed it gently, as if placing it in a hand he could not see. In that moment, he was no longer a blacksmith. He was a mourner, a pilgrim, a man who refused to believe that silence was the final answer. By the time he turned back, the first stars had appeared, small, cold fires above the treetops. He would walk home with a strange sense of peace, even if he never knew whether his questions had been heard. Long after he was gone, children found scraps of brittle parchment wedged in the trees. The ink had faded to pale shadows, but you could still see the shape of letters, the slant of a hand that had needed desperately to reach past the limits of this world. And perhaps that is what makes his story endure. The image of a man who, faced with unbearable absence, made his own fragile bridge to whatever waited in the darkness. The recluse who raised birds to carry his messages. Imagine a man who lived so far beyond the edge of his village that, by most measures, he had ceased to exist in the minds of the people he left behind. His house stood alone on a hillside where the wind never stopped. The thatch roof was patched with moss and the garden long overgrown. But inside, he tended to something fragile, something that had become his entire reason for waking each morning. A dovecote filled with white pigeons, their feathers bright against the gloom of his solitude. He was not always a recluse. Once he had been part of the communal life that defined every medieval settlement, a life of barter, gossip, worship, and small kindnesses. But little by little, he withdrew. Perhaps it began with the loss of his wife, or the death of a child, or simply the slow erosion of belonging that can hollow out a person so gradually they scarcely notice it happening. By the time he vanished from the lanes and markets, most villagers assumed he had lost his mind to grief or stubborn pride. Yet he was not idle. In that quiet house, he began raising pigeons with a purpose that puzzled anyone who heard rumors of it. He trained them carefully, teaching them to carry small letters fastened to their legs. He wrote those letters by candlelight, in a hand that grew shakier with each passing year. Some were prayers. Others were confessions he could not bring himself to speak aloud. A few were simply observations, weather, dreams, memories that would otherwise die with him. Once a week, he would walk to the highest point of the hill, stand in the cold wind, and release a bird into the sky. He watched each pigeon wheel above him, circle once or twice, as if to memorize the shape of his loneliness, and then vanish in the direction of the village he no longer visited. No one knows precisely where the birds landed. It is possible that they found their way to the church tower or the dovecotes of more prosperous households. Perhaps they fluttered into the barns and startled cattle in their stalls. Maybe the letters fell to the earth unread, rain blotting out the words before anyone noticed them. But he believed, needed to believe, that someone would see them. He never received a single reply. Not once did a villager climb the hill to thank him or scold him, or simply confirm that his messages had been seen. And yet he continued, year after year, sending his small declarations into the sky. He found a peculiar peace in this practice, a feeling that he remained connected in some hidden way. Even silence felt less like abandonment when he had the ritual of the birds. Occasionally, children glimpsed him from afar, this stooped figure with his cage and his parchment, releasing another white shape into the air. They would whisper stories about him, that he was a wizard, that his birds carried curses, that he was searching for a lost love. Over time, no one could agree on the truth, but they all agreed he was part of the landscape, as constant as the weathered stones marking the fields. Some chroniclers dismiss men like him as eccentrics, footnotes in the history of more important lives, but in those letters was a testament to something essential about being human. He could not bear the thought that everything he felt and remembered would vanish unrecorded. He needed to speak, even if no one would answer. The pigeons were not just messengers, they were witnesses, carrying his words into a world he no longer trusted to welcome him. In his final years, the birds became his only companions. They settled on his shoulders, cooed in the rafters, and returned faithfully to their perches after each release. Some nights he slept in the dovecote itself, wrapped in blankets, surrounded by the soft beating of wings. It was said that, toward the end, he began to believe that the birds understood him better than any person ever had. When he died, no one noticed right away. It was the pigeons themselves who revealed it, flying, confused, to the village square without their usual letters. A shepherd followed their path back to the hilltop house and found the old man in his chair, pen still in hand, as if he had simply paused mid-sentence. They buried him beside the dovecote he had built with his own hands. In the days that followed, villagers came to collect the birds, but a few refused to leave the hill, as though waiting for the master who would never return. Some of his letters were found bundled in a box, carefully written, never sent. Others were never recovered, scattered by wind and time across the fields he once called home. If you ever feel that your words do not matter, that your voice is swallowed by indifference, remember the man who spent a lifetime releasing his thoughts into the air. He did not measure the worth of his efforts by whether anyone replied. He measured them by the quiet certainty that he had spoken. And that was enough. The woman who learned to sew entire tapestries without help or praise. In the archives of a crumbling priory, there is a ledger listing supplies, spools of thread, bolts of linen, jars of dye. At the edge of the page, a monk scrawled a brief note, "For the woman who sews alone." No other name is given, and no portrait remains. But in the margins of that ledger lies a story of a life that unfolded in silence, stitched one patient hour at a time. She was born into a family that vanished before she came of age. Fevers claimed her parents. Famine scattered her kin. Left behind in a village that regarded her with wary pity, she learned early how to be invisible. At first, she tried to fill the void by offering her hands to neighbors, mending tears, patching sacks. But the work was transitory. Once the seams were whole, she was sent away. So she began something no one had asked of her. In a dim loft above the abandoned shop that had been her father's, she gathered scraps, rags, frayed ribbons, the cast-off edges of merchant cloth. She taught herself how to prepare linen panels, how to spin threads fine enough to carry color. The first tapestry was small, a single panel depicting a vine that wound around the silhouette of a bird. It took her months, and when it was done, she nailed it to the wall and stood back. In the hush of that room, the stitched bird seemed almost alive. It felt like proof she existed, that her hours were not dissolving unseen. So she began another, and then another. Seasons changed. Windows rattled in winter storms. Dust drifted over the floorboards. But always she returned to the frame, hands working even when her back ached, even when her vision blurred. She invented her own designs, a garden no frost could kill, a table laden with fruits she had never tasted, a circle of figures who looked at one another as if they belonged. Some nights she caught herself speaking to them, naming the faces she embroidered. She told them what she had eaten, what she dreamed. Villagers who glimpsed the glow of her lamp called her a hermit, or worse, a madwoman who could not let go of the dead. But a few curious souls ventured inside. They expected disorder, but instead found the walls covered in a vivid world more real than the bare stone. Each tapestry was a testament that she had been there, that her solitude had not erased her spirit. Those who stayed long enough often felt the air shift, as if the stitched flowers were breathing, as if the figures might turn their heads. She never sold her work. She never signed her name. When the prior heard rumors of her tapestries, he sent a brother to inquire whether she might be willing to teach the convent's novices. The brother returned with a single message. She wished them well, but would remain where she was, sewing alone. To her, it was not simply craft, but a means of survival. The needle anchored her to the hours she would have otherwise spent drifting in grief. Years passed, and still she sewed. When she no longer had the strength to lift large frames, she stitched smaller panels, tiny gardens she pinned above her bed. The villagers began leaving scraps of cloth at her door, unsure how else to honor her quiet devotion. Some evenings she would stand at her threshold, watching the sky fade to ash, and feel a strange peace. She might be alone, but the walls around her proclaimed her life in color no sorrow could mute. When at last she died, no relatives came to claim her possessions. It was the villagers who stepped inside and saw the culmination of her decades of labor, walls alive with embroidered abundance, every inch a testament to her determination not to vanish. In a world that had given her no applause, she had created her own witnesses, row upon row of threaded companions who would not forget her. Her story lingers in the quiet places where human resilience is hardest to see, in the rooms where a solitary woman lifts a needle to prove she is still here, still worthy of being known. And perhaps that is the most profound kind of legacy, not the wealth or fame that can crumble, but the fierce assertion that a life, however hidden, can matter simply because it was lived with unyielding purpose. The exiled monk who spoke in verse to himself for years. Imagine a man once respected within the high stone walls of a monastery, a place where the day was measured in prayer, study, and the unbroken rhythm of ritual. He had given his life to the discipline of devotion, the study of scripture, the practice of obedience. But in a time when a single idea could be declared heresy, all it took was one disagreement to shatter everything. The chronicles record no precise words, only that he was accused of speaking views that challenged the authority of the abbot, that he had questions too dangerous to be asked aloud. So he was expelled from the brotherhood. In the eyes of the community, his removal was an act of preservation, an excision of corruption before it could spread. But for him, it was an unmaking. One morning, the gates of the monastery closed behind him, and he became a man without a place, a voice without an audience. He wandered the edges of villages, never staying long, because rumors of heresy followed faster than his footsteps. And so he turned to the deep forest, a refuge for outcasts and penitents, a world beyond the reach of ecclesiastical judgment. Beneath towering oaks and tangled brambles, he built himself a rough shelter of branches and moss. Here he became something between a hermit and a poet. It was there that he began to speak in verse to himself, day after day, year after year. In the monastery, chants had been communal, a chorus of voices rising together at dawn. Alone in the forest, he invented his own liturgy. He composed rhythms from memory and improvisation. He recited lines of scripture intertwined with fragments of songs he half remembered from childhood. He whispered stanzas in the darkness, convinced that the cadence of words would keep him from dissolving into madness. The villagers who passed through the woods on their way to market sometimes heard him, soft chanting that seemed to come from nowhere, drifting through the leaves. They told stories of a ghost priest, a spirit condemned to recite his sins forever. A few were brave enough to glimpse him through the trees. A gaunt figure in a tattered habit, eyes closed, lips moving in an unbroken litany. In an age when silence was a form of penance, his constant verse was seen as proof of his unrepentant nature. But perhaps it was not defiance. Perhaps it was the only way he knew to keep the self intact. Medieval chroniclers wrote of anchorites, hermits who chose solitude for holy reasons. But he had not chosen exile. It had been forced upon him, and so he transformed his isolation into something almost sacred. By weaving language into a tapestry of rhythm, he created a world within himself, a place untouched by condemnation. He believed that if he let the words stop, the darkness would swallow him. He believed the mind needed music the way the body needed bread. And so, each dawn, he began again. Sometimes his verses were prayers for forgiveness. Sometimes they were laments for the life he had lost. Sometimes they were poems of strange, defiant hope. There is a fragile dignity in this image, a man cut off from all community, yet refusing to surrender his voice. He did not write his verses down. He had no ink, no parchment, no scriptorium. His only witness was the wind through the branches. The world would forget his words, but in speaking them, he remembered himself. Some accounts suggest that over the years, the villagers' fear gave way to a wary respect. They began to leave small offerings, bread, cheese, scraps of wool, near the edge of his clearing. Perhaps they sensed that whatever his beliefs, he was no threat to them. Perhaps they felt the quiet tragedy of a man who once belonged somewhere, now condemned to narrate his solitude. When he grew too weak to gather wood or find food, he remained in his shelter, chanting softer and softer. Those who claimed to have heard him in his final days said his verses turned to gratitude, that even in the bleakest isolation, he had found a measure of peace. That rhythm had done what he believed it would, preserved the fragile coherence of his mind. In medieval Europe, heresy was a word that could end a life. To question doctrine was to risk excommunication, or worse. But there is something undeniably human in the impulse to ask why, to search for meaning beyond the sanctioned answer. His punishment was not death by fire or the sword, but exile so complete that it erased his place in every story but his own. And yet, he kept speaking. Even if no one listened, even if every line vanished into the trees, he believed that language mattered. He believed that a life could be rebuilt from words, that sanity could be maintained through the discipline of rhythm. We often think of history's heretics as rebels who raged against the powers that condemned them. But sometimes, resistance is not loud. Sometimes it is a whisper repeated without end, a quiet refusal to vanish without a trace. His story is a reminder that exile does not always end in silence. Sometimes it becomes the birthplace of a different kind of faith, the faith that no matter how small your voice, it is worth hearing. That even if the world calls you mad, you can still choose to narrate your existence in a language of your own making. When we look back, we will never know the exact words he spoke, but perhaps that is fitting. They were not meant for us. They were meant to sustain a single human spirit in the darkness. And in that purpose, they did not fail. The farmer who left his door open year-round in case anyone passed by. In a small thatched farmhouse set on the edge of a rutted road, there lived a man whose quiet ritual became the only thing by which his neighbors remembered him. He was a farmer, no more prosperous than any other peasant, and in a world that measured a man's worth by how much barley he could bring to market or how many pence he could spare for the tithe, he had little to show. But there was one thing he did that set him apart, something so simple it bewildered the villagers. He left his door open every day of the year, from the frost-bitten dawns of January to the damp twilights of late autumn. To some, it was a sign of eccentricity. To others, it was an invitation to think about what it meant to be truly alone. Long before sunrise, when the air still smelled of cold earth and old straw, he would rise, set his bread to warm on the flat stones near the hearth, and push the door wide. The hinges grew loose over the years, creaking as if to announce this small ceremony to a world too preoccupied to care. He would set out a bit of coarse bread on a plate, and sometimes a small dish of salt. Precious, in a time when salt was wealth. On particularly cold days, he'd even lay an extra piece of firewood by the threshold. Then he would sit on his stool by the fire, turning over memories as if they were embers that could be coaxed back to life. Those who passed his farm on errands or journeys to neighboring villages would see the same sight: the door open, the hearth lit, the bread waiting. Yet almost no one ever entered. This was not an age when people wandered freely into the homes of strangers, even if the door stood open in welcome. Fear of thieves, suspicion of disease, and the hard lessons of famine had taught the medieval poor to guard their solitude. But this farmer seemed determined to do the opposite. Some said he was hoping for a relative long vanished in the plague years. Others believed he simply could not stand the thought of dying without having once offered hospitality to someone who needed it. When winter came and the winds carved their way through every chink in the daub walls, he refused to shut the door completely. He would draw it almost closed but leave it unlatched, so that anyone seeking shelter might push it open without fear. Those who delivered tithes to the manor sometimes pressed him to explain why he insisted on this practice. His answers were always quiet, almost embarrassed. Because someone might come by, because it is good to be ready, because you never know. These were not answers that satisfied the more practical souls who thought warmth should be saved for one's own kin. But he held to his conviction as stubbornly as he held his land. In the records of the manorial rolls, there is no mention of this ritual. Those ledgers cared only for acres planted, debts owed, fines levied. But a traveling friar once wrote in his journal about a certain farmer who kept bread by the door in the dead of winter, who spoke so gently it was hard to hear him over the crackle of the fire. The friar recorded that the farmer told him, "When you leave your door closed too long, your heart forgets how to open too." It was not theology, but it was a truth nonetheless. Over time, the farmer's hair went white. His hands grew gnarled and stiff, and it became harder for him to gather wood or to rise before dawn, yet he still struggled to the threshold each morning, pushing the door open with the last of his strength. The village children, at first afraid, eventually grew accustomed to the sight. Some even dared to creep up and snatch a bit of the bread before running off into the fields, giggling. When he caught them, he only smiled, relieved that someone had accepted the gift, however mischievously. As the years passed, his health declined, and he spent more time in his chair by the hearth, staring at the doorway as if expecting a figure to materialize out of the swirling dust and memory. Neighbors said he would sometimes murmur greetings to people who were not there. Perhaps he was imagining old friends, or the children he and his wife had lost in infancy, or travelers who never found their way to his door. The line between reality and longing blurred until he could no longer tell one from the other. But still, every morning, the door was unlatched. When at last he died, The villagers found the door open as always, the cold creeping in over the threshold and the last crust of bread left uneaten. They buried him in the churchyard without much ceremony. Yet even those who had once called him foolish found themselves remembering how his doorway had always stood ready. In a world where survival often demanded suspicion, he had chosen openness, even if no one ever accepted the invitation. Today, no marker stands to tell his story. But the memory lingers in the parish chronicles, in the margins of a friar's journal, and in the hush of old roads where travelers sometimes wonder whether a door might still be waiting for them somewhere, open to the cold, open to possibility. The widow who stitched her husband's old shirts into a cloak. She wore forever. In a small village that no longer appears on any map, there once lived a woman known only by the name others gave her, the widow. Her real name faded from the parish register long before she herself passed into legend. Some said she had been a seamstress before her marriage. Others claimed she learned her craft late, when necessity became her teacher and grief her constant companion. What is certain is that she became the figure people glimpsed each dawn, crossing the village green in the same patchwork cloak that trailed in the dust behind her. That cloak was made entirely of her husband's shirts, not just one or two, but nearly every garment he had ever worn in her presence. A lifetime of cloth, cut apart, and then sewn back together in a shape no one else would have imagined. The villagers often whispered that the cloak seemed to grow heavier as the years went by, as though it absorbed something invisible with every hour she wore it. And yet, she never left it folded away. From the first day she finished it, she placed it over her shoulders each morning, fastening it with a small wooden clasp carved from the leg of his chair. She would trace that clasp with her fingertip before she stepped out the door, the gesture as steady and inevitable as breathing. People often asked her why she wore it in the summer heat, why she allowed herself to sweat beneath so many layers when she could easily have set it aside. Her answer never changed. She said that it made him heavier on her shoulders, but still close. And perhaps that simple sentence is the most profound thing she ever said aloud. It spoke to something ancient in human longing, the wish not merely to remember the dead, but to continue carrying them, even when the weight becomes almost unbearable. In medieval Europe, there were traditions in which mourning garments were deliberately dyed black to signal the wearer's sorrow. In other regions, widows would wear white to signify spiritual purification and the hope of reunion in the afterlife. But this woman's choice defied all established custom. She did not dye his shirts or even attempt to disguise them. Each square of fabric retained its original color, from the pale linen he wore to market to the deep brown wool he favored in winter. A person standing behind her could almost pick out the days and seasons of her life, arranged like a mosaic. If you looked closely, you could see frayed buttonholes, faded cuffs, and places where tears had been mended by her hand. Some claimed that if you pressed your ear against the cloak's folds, you could hear it whisper, not words exactly, but the rustling sound of memory refusing to die. The practice of repurposing a loved one's garments is far older than this woman's story. In Roman antiquity, mourners sometimes retained fragments of a deceased relative's clothing as tokens, called pignora. In some parts of early medieval England, garments were not merely keepsakes, but also talismans believed to protect the living from envy or ill fortune. Yet this widow's devotion was singular in its intensity. She did not keep the clothing in a chest or hide it from view. She transformed it into something she could not remove without stripping away part of her own identity. Over time, the villagers grew accustomed to the sight of her. They would see her in the fields, gathering herbs with her back bent beneath the weight of the cloth. They would glimpse her in the churchyard, her head bowed in prayer as the breeze lifted the edges of her cloak and set them fluttering like the wings of a tired bird. Children, too young to understand grief, sometimes ran after her to touch the patchwork trailing behind. She never scolded them. Instead, she would pause and let their small fingers trace the stitches. Then she would nod, as if to say that, yes, this was a garment made of love, and it could bear a little curiosity. As years passed, people began to notice how the cloak darkened along the shoulders. Some said it was the dirt of the road. Others believed it was the imprint of her tears, which she rarely shed in public, but which soaked into the seams all the same. It grew heavier, not just in a poetic sense, but in a way that defied logic. Visitors to the village sometimes offered to lift it, expecting only a modest weight. More than one person staggered under the strain, astonished that a collection of thin shirts could feel like a sack of stones. The widow never offered an explanation beyond her quiet refrain, that grief grows heavier when you learn to live alongside it, not in spite of it. And that weight, she insisted, was a kind of proof that she had loved, proof that he had existed, proof that the years they spent together were real and could not be erased by the passing of time or the withering of memory. Her neighbors tried to help her in small ways. The miller's wife would send broth when she was ill. The blacksmith's daughter would mend a torn seam. But no one could persuade her to set the cloak aside, even for a single day. On the coldest nights, when the wind howled against the shutters, she would wrap it tightly around her and feel the familiar pressure on her shoulders, like an embrace from a man long departed. In this way, the cloak became not only a marker of her sorrow, but also a shield against the loneliness that waited beyond her door. For her, it was a barrier the world could not penetrate, a membrane woven from memory, stitched with devotion. In time, people began to treat her not as a figure of pity, but as something closer to sacred. She became a living reliquary, carrying a fragment of another soul in every step she took. When she finally died, some say in her sleep, others insist while kneeling in prayer, the villagers gathered to decide what should become of the cloak. There was talk of burying it with her, so she would never be parted from the man she loved. But in the end, they chose to hang it in the little church she had attended every Sunday. There, above the altar, it remained for decades. Parish records describe it as a cloak of curious manufacture, bearing marks of uncommon affection. Visitors who came to see it were struck by the ordinariness of its fabrics. Nothing about it was elegant or costly. It was merely the sum of everyday garments, shirts washed and mended and worn to softness by the passing of years. And yet, in that ordinariness, there was something unspeakably moving. It reminded people that the most profound acts of devotion are rarely grand. They are composed of small choices repeated across a lifetime. The choice to keep, the choice to repair, the choice to carry a burden rather than set it down. Long after the widow's name was forgotten, her story endured. Travelers recorded it in journals. Folklorists noted it as a singular example of mourning transformed into ritual. Even now, you may find references to the widow's cloak in obscure histories of village life and folk belief. Some accounts suggest that the cloak itself retained a kind of presence, that those who stood beneath it felt a curious weight on their own shoulders, a heaviness that was not entirely sorrow, but something more complex. A reminder, perhaps, that love does not vanish when breath leaves the body. It simply changes its form, becoming part of the fabric of the living. And when the living are willing to carry it, that love becomes visible again, however heavy it may be. There is a lesson hidden in the widow's simple act of stitching, a lesson about how humans struggle to bind the past to the present, how we resist the erosion of memory, how we find meaning in the burdens we choose to bear. In the end, her cloak was more than a garment. It was a testament, not only to her husband's life, but to her own capacity to endure, to love so fiercely that she could not imagine shedding his presence, even when the world urged her to move on. And in that stubborn devotion, she became something larger than a solitary widow. She became a legend, a figure whose story reminds us that grief is not merely an absence, but an enduring relationship, a weight we carry because, in carrying it, we remain connected to what we have lost. The old woman who trained birds to knock on her window for company. They said she had lived alone for longer than anyone could remember. Some believed she had been widowed young. Others thought she had never married at all. But no one ever doubted the same small detail that seemed to cling to every telling of her story. Each dawn, before the sun had cleared the roofs, a chorus of tapping would rise from her crooked wooden shutters. It sounded like an old drum with many soft hands, urgent but polite, insistent but somehow kind. And when she opened her window to scatter crumbs onto the sill, the tapping turned to soft cries of gratitude, voices of crows who had learned, over decades, that she would always answer. She never called them pets. She never named them or tried to cage them. To her, they were companions who chose to come. That was an important distinction. When you live alone for half a lifetime, you learn to respect any creature that keeps its own freedom and yet returns to you. The village records mention her only in passing, a note about an elderly woman living in the last house before the forest line, a few receipts for seed and bread crusts, a remark in the parish ledger about how no one had seen her at church in years. But oral histories are more generous. Some say she began feeding the birds when she first lost her family. Others insist it started much earlier, in her girlhood, when she discovered an abandoned fledgling and nursed it back to health in the pocket of her apron. However it began, it became her ritual, a private ceremony of trust and patience. Each morning she would lay out the scraps of stale bread and crushed corn, and each morning the birds would arrive, sometimes 2, sometimes 20. Over time, she began to recognize individuals by the shape of their beaks, by the scars on their legs, by the way they landed heavier or lighter on the window ledge. And in that recognition grew something she rarely spoke of, but never denied, a sense that she was less alone. Neighbors occasionally wondered if she was mad. They would see her standing by the window, nodding solemnly as the crows tapped and cawed, her lips moving as though she were engaged in a polite conversation. But those who were brave enough to bring her baskets of bread or fresh eggs in the winter would often leave with a different impression. They described her as clear-eyed, soft-voiced, and astonishingly precise in her recollections. She could remember which crow had first learned to knock, and when it brought its mate. She could describe how, in the hardest winters, the crows grew thinner and more desperate, but never once failed to come to her shutters. She knew how to ration the crumbs so no one bird dominated the feast. She even learned to anticipate the rhythm of their knocking, quick taps if they were impatient, slower, measured taps if they sensed she was near. Historians have sometimes dismissed such stories as rural folklore, exaggerations born of nostalgia. But in the archives of a local historian, a man who interviewed her in her 93rd year, there survives a slim sheaf of handwritten notes that confirm at least part of the tale. In them, he records her own words. "I learned that a bird will only trust you if you never break your promise. If you feed it every morning, it will tap. If you forget, it will remember." This was the foundation of their strange friendship, constancy, unbroken and reliable, in a world that so often withdrew love without warning. Over decades, she came to rely on the knocking as a form of reassurance. It was proof that dawn had come again, that life continued beyond her walls. In a time when she no longer had family to check on her, the crows became her living clock and her witness. Some winters, when snow covered her door, they were the first creatures to see that she still moved inside the house, still woke to fill their plates. On those coldest mornings, the crow's knocking began before first light, an almost frantic drumming that seemed to urge her not to give up. And so she didn't. There is something quietly radical in her story, a refusal to accept that companionship must only come in familiar forms. She did not insist that her comfort arrive as neighbors or relations or friends who lived in houses with warm fires. She took it instead from the fierce, intelligent birds who never spoke her language but somehow understood her solitude. In some ways, the crows offered something more reliable than people ever had, an unwavering routine. They came without judgment, without gossip, without the expectation that she be anything other than what she was, an old woman who needed company and had something to give in return. When she finally passed away, it was the absence of tapping that first drew attention. A young postman, delivering a letter no one remembers the contents of, noticed that the morning was eerily silent. No knocking, no rustle of wings, no black shapes waiting along the fence. He told the local constable, who walked around back and found the shutters closed. Inside, she was sitting in her chair, wrapped in a knitted shawl, a pan of crumbs still half full on her lap. It looked as though she had simply closed her eyes to rest, believing she would hear the tapping again. Afterward, there were arguments about what should be done with her house. Some wanted it torn down. Others thought it should be preserved as a curiosity, a monument to her odd friendship with the crows. In the end, it was sold, and the new owners replaced the windows. But for years afterward, villagers claimed the crows still returned at dawn, landing on the roof and pacing along the gutters, as though puzzled by the silence behind the glass. Perhaps they were waiting for the promise to resume, or perhaps they simply did not know how to stop the ritual they had begun so long ago. People often say that animals cannot feel loyalty the way humans do. They insist that instinct alone drives a crow to return to the same place, to tap the same pattern. But the old woman would have disagreed. She believed that every morning visit was a decision, that each tap was an act of trust renewed. And maybe she was right. For all our certainty about how animals behave, there is still so much we don't understand about the ways they perceive us, about the unspoken contracts we can forge across the boundaries of species and language. To her, the crows were more than scavengers or opportunists. They were witnesses to her life, her aging, her quiet endurance. They knew when she was ill, when she was late to rise, when she had less to give. And even then they came. Each tapping beak was a reminder that she mattered in the world, that her small acts of generosity had left a trace that could not be erased by time or neglect. Perhaps that is why her story endures. Not because it is spectacular or tragic, but because it is profoundly human. It is a reminder that companionship can take unexpected shapes, that devotion is not confined to our own kind, and that sometimes the smallest gestures, a crumb of bread, a tap on a shutter, can sustain a person more completely than all the grand declarations in the world. In the end, she taught the crows to knock, but they taught her that she was never truly invisible. And maybe, if you listen closely on a quiet morning, you can still hear the echo of their tapping. An old promise, kept far longer than anyone expected. The nun who created tiny puppets of saints for secret plays. In a convent hidden behind thick stone walls and iron-banded doors, there once lived a nun whose name was almost lost to the centuries. Her baptismal record listed her as Sister Agnes of Saint Aurelia, a woman whose quiet devotion and strange creativity would leave only the faintest trace in the archives of her order. She entered the convent as a young novice during a time when women were expected to surrender nearly every personal longing to the cloistered life. But something restless in her spirit refused to be extinguished entirely. She was obedient, yes. She rose in the dark hours before dawn. She sang the Psalms. She bent her head over hours of copied scripture. But she also carried an unspoken hunger for beauty, for story, for the sense that faith itself was not merely a rote recitation, but an unfolding drama. In the early years of her vows, Sister Agnes was often seen in the convent library, poring over illuminated manuscripts that depicted the lives of the saints in intricate panels of bright blue, red, and gold. She seemed transfixed by those images, St. Lucy holding her eyes on a dish, St. Catherine clasping the wheel that would become her instrument of martyrdom, St. Francis with the birds settled upon his shoulders as if they understood his prayers. These pictures were not simply devotional aids to her. They were windows into another dimension of feeling, a place where the stories of faith came alive in colors and gestures no rule or enclosure could suppress. It was during one particularly harsh winter, when snow built up against the sills and the sisters' breath turned to mist in their cells, that Sister Agnes began her secret craft. The convent's linen stores held scraps too small for mending garments, but too precious to discard outright. Fragments of old choir robes, bits of lace from a worn altar cloth, silk threads in dwindling spools. Under the cover of night, she gathered them in a basket she hid beneath her straw mattress. She collected bits of wood left behind by the carpenter who repaired the pews. She even salvaged lumps of wax trimmed from the great candles that flickered before the tabernacle. In the thin light of her taper, she began to make tiny puppets, no more than 6 inches tall, each one fashioned to resemble a saint whose story had spoken to her. Their faces were delicately painted with pinpricks of ink and a trembling hand. Their clothes were sewn from the same fine materials that once draped the sacred spaces of the convent. She shaped miniature symbols for each one: a palm frond for St. Stephen, a ladder for St. John Climacus, a tiny dove for St. Scholastica. Some nights she worked until her fingers cracked and bled from the cold and the meticulous needlework. But when she set each finished puppet in a row upon her narrow shelf, she felt a private exultation that no amount of penance or deprivation could steal away. These figures were her congregation, her audience, her secret companions in faith. When dawn came, she returned to her assigned duties as if nothing unusual had occurred. But as the days lengthened and the snow began to thaw, Sister Agnes devised a way to share her creations without ever revealing her authorship. In a disused storage room, behind a thick brocade curtain that had once adorned the refectory, she arranged a miniature stage. The stage was no grand construction, just a rough platform of boards balanced on crates, but in her imagination, it was a sacred theater. On feast days, after the communal prayers had ended and the sisters dispersed to their chores, she would slip away to this hidden chamber. There, she performed what she called her Ordo Pietatis, her Order of Piety, a series of tiny plays retelling the legends of the saints. The puppets came to life in her hands. She spoke for them in hushed tones, weaving their trials and miracles into living memory. If you had been able to look behind the curtain, you would have seen her crouched low, moving the figures with tender precision, her eyes shining as she voiced their lines. She gave Saint Cecilia a voice like a trembling harp string. She made Saint Lawrence laugh gently in the face of suffering. She let Saint Agnes, the saint whose name she bore, speak words of luminous defiance against the cruelty of the world. These performances were never intended for human witnesses. They were, in her mind, an offering to God alone, a humble testament that the soul's hunger for expression could be sanctified rather than suppressed. And yet, over time, the soft rustle of her movements and the occasional tremor of her voice leaked into the halls beyond the storage room. A few curious sisters began to wonder what presence stirred behind that curtain. One evening, Sister Margaret, who was older and half-blind, followed the sound of quiet dialogue to the door. She pressed her ear to the wood and listened to a scene in which Saint Francis forgave the wolf of Gubbio. She told no one what she heard, but she returned again and again, each time leaving without a word. In the years that followed, others learned of these hidden plays and came not to confront Sister Agnes, but to sit silently in the shadows beyond the curtain, letting her secret theater awaken a dimension of faith they had forgotten they possessed. No official record mentions these performances. The convent annals simply note that Sister Agnes was exemplary in her devotions and diligence. But when she died, the sisters found her collection of saint puppets arranged in perfect order in a small cedar chest. Some wept at the sight, realizing for the first time how one woman's quiet labor had nourished the spirit of the entire house. Historians who later examined the artifacts, now preserved in a small diocesan museum, remarked on the unusual craftsmanship. The tiny hands were carefully carved to suggest gestures of blessing, martyrdom, consolation. Each face wore an expression of serenity in the midst of trial. In the margins of the convent's oldest psalter, a note written in Sister Agnes's own hand was discovered. It read, "God is not only in the silence of prayer, but also in the stories we dare to tell, even if we must tell them alone." The significance of this line is hard to overstate. In a time when most women's voices were confined to the liturgical and the domestic, Sister Agnes's quiet rebellion proved that devotion need not be stripped of beauty, imagination, or joy. It suggested that faith could be something intimate and theatrical, a shared act of witness, even if the witness was only the self and the God to whom she spoke. Today, visitors who stand before her tiny puppets often report a peculiar hush in the gallery, as if the little saints still carry the echo of her voice. Some say that when you look into their painted eyes, you sense the courage it took to keep creating in secret, night after night, never knowing if anyone would ever see, or care, or remember. But perhaps that was the point all along, that faith is not always meant to be displayed in grand cathedrals or shouted from pulpits. Sometimes it is most powerful in the hidden room, the whispered story, the small figure moved tenderly across a handmade stage. When you consider the life of Sister Agnes of St. Aurelia, you see a testament to the power of human longing, the longing to feel connected to something larger than yourself, to give shape to the invisible, to transform faith into something that can be touched, held, and cherished. In her hands, the saints became companions rather than distant icons, participants in an intimate drama of devotion that no rulebook could ever extinguish. And so, centuries later, her legacy survives, not in elaborate chronicles or famous sermons, but in the fragile forms she left behind. Each tiny puppet is a reminder that creativity itself can be an act of sacred defiance, that to make beauty, even in secret, is to declare that the soul's hunger for meaning will not be starved into submission, that behind every closed door, every curtain, every silent convent wall, there may yet be a theater of the spirit unfolding in quiet triumph. This is the story of the nun who created tiny saints and, in doing so, kept her faith alive, one hidden performance at a time. The apprentice who chiseled faces into walls just to feel watched. In the shadowed corridors of an unfinished cathedral, there once worked a young apprentice whose name has been mostly erased by the centuries. Some records call him Elias. Others suggest he was never officially registered, just another laborer among dozens who shaped and hauled stone in the service of faith. He was born to a mason's family, a line of men whose hands were hardened by mallets and cold chisels, whose backs grew crooked long before their hair turned gray. From childhood, he watched his father and uncles pound life into limestone, carving archways and lintels that would outlast any memory of who made them. But while the older men found comfort in the predictability of their craft, Elias was different. He was solitary, even in a crowded workshop. He spoke little, preferring instead to let his tools answer questions he could never seem to articulate. When he was assigned to a remote section of the cathedral wall, an area that would eventually be hidden behind a series of vaulting supports, he began to feel the first stirrings of a profound loneliness. The other Masons came and went, their laughter drifting past him like the echo of a life he had never known how to join. Days bled into weeks, and weeks into months, until time itself became a kind of dull ache in his chest. It was then, as the records tell, that Elias began to carve faces into the stones around him. He did not announce his intention, nor did he ask permission. He simply began. The first face was small, scarcely larger than a clenched fist. Its features were crude: a pair of wide, uncertain eyes, a mouth set in a line that was neither smiling nor frowning. The second face came a few days later, and then a third. Before long, the walls were dotted with these silent watchers. To anyone who happened by, they might have seemed like idle scribbles, the work of a bored apprentice amusing himself. But for Elias, each face was an answer to the vast emptiness pressing in on him. Centuries later, when preservationists examined the wall before reinforcing it, they counted at least 37 faces carved in various levels of detail. Some were serene. Others were grimacing, as if caught in the moment of a private agony. A few were simply blank, their smooth foreheads and vacant eyes suggesting an incomplete thought he never had time to finish. And when historians puzzled over these hidden carvings, they found a record, an offhand mention in an old Mason's ledger that included a remark he once made to a visiting friar. "It helps when eyes are on you, even if they cannot speak." Those words linger in the margins of history like a secret confession. They tell us something about how it feels to work in isolation so absolute that you begin to crave any gaze, even the gaze of stone. In medieval times, masons and carvers were rarely recognized for their individual contributions. The cathedral was a monument to God, not to the hands that built it. Most craftsmen died in anonymity, their skill subsumed into the greater glory of the church. But Elias, in his own quiet way, created a testament to his existence. Think of what it must have been like to rise before dawn, to step into a half-lit chamber still cold from the night, and know that the entire day would pass in near silence. No conversation to break the monotony, no audience to bear witness to your effort. Only the rasp of chisel against stone and the long, slow accumulation of dust in your hair and beneath your fingernails. In such a space, the mind can twist upon itself. Some men went mad. Others abandoned their posts and never returned. Elias, instead, made a compromise. If no human eyes would ever see him at work, then he would carve eyes of his own. Some speculate that these faces were also a kind of protection, a superstition among masons that spirits dwelled in unfinished walls. By chiseling a face, the worker could imbue the stone with a watchful presence, a guardian to keep accidents at bay. But the records suggest that Elias did not talk of spirits. He talked only of loneliness. And there is something inexpressibly human in that, the desire to be observed, to be known, to have your labor acknowledged even if no voice ever speaks your name. Over time, other workers noticed what he was doing. A few laughed at the strangeness of it. One account describes a senior mason teasing him. "The walls do not pay wages." But Elias did not stop. As the months wore on, his technique became more refined. The later faces show careful attention to detail. Fine lines etched into brows, the faint suggestion of sorrow around the eyes. He began to give them character, as if each one was a person he wished might appear to keep him company. Perhaps the most haunting of all is the face he carved last, hidden behind a support beam that was only removed during a restoration centuries later. This face is unlike the others. Its eyes are shut, its expression serene, lips curved in the slightest suggestion of relief. Some scholars have wondered if this was a self-portrait. If Elias was imagining, finally, a moment of peace, a kind of release from the watchful hunger that had driven him to fill the walls with silent companions. In studying this peculiar story, we learn more than the facts of one Mason's life. We glimpse the psychology of isolation that haunted many medieval laborers. Cathedrals were not built in a year, or even a decade. Generations of masons passed through these sites, each leaving marks both visible and invisible. Elias's carvings were among the rare traces that refuse to be hidden by time. They speak across the centuries to anyone who has ever felt invisible in their own labor. Imagine the slow revelation as modern workers pulled away plaster and discovered rows of staring faces, each one capturing a fragment of a vanished man's need. The restoration team described the sensation as unsettling, as if they had interrupted a gathering of ghosts. Even now, visitors to the cathedral sometimes pause to look into those hollow eyes, feeling the echo of Elias's yearning to be seen. There is an irony in the fact that the very carvings he made to comfort himself were never meant to be visible. He did not do it for posterity. He did it to survive the emptiness of those endless days. And yet, centuries later, we remember him precisely because of those hidden watchers. In a world that forgot most of its builders, his impulse to be seen has made him unforgettable. This is what makes his story more than a footnote in architectural history. It is a reminder that even the smallest acts, etching a face in secret, carving a gaze into unfeeling stone, can carry a message to people you will never meet. A message that says, "I was here. I mattered. I wanted someone to see me." And perhaps, in the end, that is all any of us are doing, chiseling our presence into whatever walls surround us, hoping that one day, when the dust is cleared away, someone will look back and recognize our silent plea for connection. If you ever walk the aisles of that cathedral, look closely at the hidden corners. You may glimpse the faces of Elias's watchers, still waiting, still observing. And when you meet their gaze, perhaps you will understand the strange comfort he found in their company. For in the end, they are more than carvings. They are proof that even in the loneliest labor, a human heart can find ways to be witnessed. The plague. Survivor who sang to bones. Until someone answered. In the summer of 1349, as the Black Death crept like a silent tide across Europe, there were entire villages where the living ceased to outnumber the dead. The disease did not knock politely. It burst through thresholds, stripping flesh from families, one body at a time, until the only thing left was a soundless house and the peculiar sense that the walls themselves were holding their breath. It was in this desolate hush that a man whose real name has been blurred by centuries was said to have made his home among the remains of dozens. A man whose sanity, or what remained of it, grew entangled with the idea that if he could sing enough sorrow into the bones of the departed, something holy might stir to life and answer him back. Historians discovered scraps of testimony from travelers who claimed to see him sitting each dawn on the cold stones of a ruined church. The church had once been alive with ceremony, baptisms, marriages, funerals. But by then, it was merely a shelter for the nameless dead. The plague cart had left the bodies there because the gravediggers themselves had collapsed before they could finish their work. In that dim hall, the man gathered the bones into deliberate arrangements, skulls set in semicircles, femurs piled like crude altars, and each morning he would sit cross-legged among them and begin to sing. What did he sing? No one could record the exact lyrics, but accounts describe a voice that wavered between chant and lullaby, words shaped from old Latin prayers and folk melodies his mother had taught him as a boy. He would hum at first, like a father trying to soothe an infant, then raise his voice into something that resembled a lamentation, a plea that God, or the souls themselves, would take pity on his solitude. He believed, it was said, that if he repeated these songs without fail, day after day, eventually some fragment of consciousness, some echo of humanity, would remember him. That a voice would come back, not in the ordinary way of sound, but in the feeling of an unseen hand resting on his shoulder, or the certainty that he was not alone among the carcasses. He called them by names he invented when their identities were lost. He named one skull Lucia, another Thomas, another simply Mother. He said good morning to them, as if their spirits were still curled up in the hollows of the eye sockets. He apologized when he stepped too close, muttered blessings when he arranged their bones. To outsiders, he must have looked like a figure of delirium, a solitary man in a cathedral of decay, serenading the remains of strangers. But in the blackened void the plague left behind, people did what they could to remain human. Some prayed, some fled, some turned to violence. This man turned to song. He survived the sickness itself. He had watched it take his wife and 2 sons in a span of 8 days. He tried to bury them in a shallow grave behind the house, but the soil had hardened under the drought that summer. The spade clattered useless against rock. In the end, he wrapped their bodies in linen and carried them to the church, where they joined the others in their final congregation. He believed he was the last witness to their existence, the last voice that could recall them, even if only in the trembling melody of a song. It was not only grief that compelled him. In medieval Europe, the line between religion and superstition blurred easily. People believed that the dead could become restless if forgotten, that plague victims might wander unseen, spreading more misfortune if no one remembered their names or said a prayer on their behalf. Singing, then, was both a defiance of oblivion and an insurance against further calamity. If he could keep their memory alive, perhaps the pestilence would show mercy. Perhaps the plague would not return to finish what it had started. But there was another dimension, something almost mystical. He told one traveler who dared approach the church that he believed the soul did not vanish instantly, that for 40 days it hovered nearby, seeking reconciliation, a final word, some absolution. He hoped his songs would be that bridge, a fragile, sorrowful thread linking the living and the dead, long enough for their spirits to find peace. The accounts say he sang for nearly 7 months, through the heat of August, the chill of October, until the first snow sealed the church doors with ice. By then, the rest of the region had begun to repopulate. Survivors returned from hiding in the forests. Monks ventured back to consecrate mass graves. But the man refused to leave. He believed that if he stopped, the fragile connection he had cultivated would collapse, that the bones would fall silent forever and take something irreplaceable with them. There were whispers that he did not eat properly, that he survived on scraps, stale bread left by the few villagers brave enough to approach. A few laughed at the strangeness of it. One account describes a senior mason teasing him, "The walls do not pay wages." But Elias did not stop. As the months wore on, his technique became more refined. The later faces show careful attention to detail. Fine lines etched into brows, the faint suggestion of sorrow around the eyes. He began to give them character, as if each one was a person he wished might appear to keep him company. Perhaps the most haunting of all is the face he carved last, hidden behind a support beam that was only removed during a restoration centuries later. This face is unlike the others. Its eyes are shut, its expression serene, lips curved in the slightest suggestion of relief. Some scholars have wondered if this was a self-portrait. if Elias was imagining, finally, a moment of peace, a kind of release from the watchful hunger that had driven him to fill the walls with silent companions. In studying this peculiar story, we learn more than the facts of one Mason's life. We glimpse the psychology of isolation that haunted many medieval laborers. Cathedrals were not built in a year, or even a decade. Generations of masons passed through these sites, each leaving marks both visible and invisible. Elias's carvings were among the rare traces that refuse to be hidden by time. They speak across the centuries to anyone who has ever felt invisible in their own labor. Imagine the slow revelation as modern workers pulled away plaster and discovered rows of staring faces, each one capturing a fragment of a vanished man's need. The restoration team described the sensation as unsettling, as if they had interrupted a gathering of ghosts. Even now, visitors to the cathedral sometimes pause to look into those hollow eyes, feeling the echo of Elias's yearning to be seen. There is an irony in the fact that the very carvings he made to comfort himself were never meant to be visible. He did not do it for posterity. He did it to survive the emptiness of those endless days. And yet, centuries later, we remember him precisely because of those hidden watchers. In a world that forgot most of its builders, his impulse to be seen has made him unforgettable. This is what makes his story more than a footnote in architectural history. It is a reminder that even the smallest acts, etching a face in secret, carving a gaze into unfeeling stone, can carry a message to people you will never meet. A message that says, "I was here. I mattered. I wanted someone to see me." And perhaps, in the end, that is all any of us are doing, chiseling our presence into whatever walls surround us, hoping that one day, when the dust is cleared away, someone will look back and recognize our silent plea for connection. If you ever walk the aisles of that cathedral, look closely at the hidden corners. You may glimpse the faces of Elias's watchers, still waiting, still observing. And when you meet their gaze, perhaps you will understand the strange comfort he found in their company. For in the end, they are more than carvings. They are proof that even in the loneliest labor, a human heart can find ways to be witnessed. The herder who built dolls from wool and called them his children. He lived far from any village, on a plateau where the wind carved hollows in the snowdrifts, and the sheep were often the only movement on the horizon. This was the herder's world, white fields and silence that seemed to deepen with every passing year. To some, such isolation would have been a sentence, a slow dissolving of the self into numb routine. But to him, it became a canvas for the strangest, most tender creation anyone would ever know. When he first began shaping small figures from the wool his flock shed, no one was there to see it. He worked by lantern light in a low hut, hands red from the cold, twisting tufts of wool around simple wire frames. At first, they were just shapes, arms, a round suggestion of a head, little feet he sometimes wrapped in scraps of cloth. But one evening, as the wind lashed the eaves, he caught himself speaking to the dolls. He asked if they were warm enough, if they liked the stew on the stove, if they minded the storm. Perhaps he meant only to amuse himself, to pretend he wasn't alone. But in that moment, something shifted. The figures became children in his imagination. Children who needed care, who would be cold without blankets, who deserved names. So he gave them names, dozens of names, drawn from old stories his mother once whispered by the fire. Each figure had a little sleeping place, a box lined with wool, or a corner of a shelf draped in linen. By day, he arranged them as if they had chores. One sat by the ledger, a small woolen hand on the page as though learning to read. Another leaned over a pot, a spoon sewn to its arm. He never admitted that he had come to need them as much as he believed they needed him. Travelers who braved the snow sometimes glimpsed the scene through the frosted window, ranks of dolls sitting in patient rows, watching as the herder read aloud from a battered book. He invented lessons for them, simple moral tales, songs about loyalty and kindness. At night, he tucked them beneath scraps of sheepskin and told them stories about the stars, about brave shepherds and gentle lambs, about how the dark was never as endless as it seemed. Some nights, he cried as he spoke, though his voice never faltered. He would brush tears from the little woolen faces and say, almost fiercely, that they were safe, that he would never abandon them. In this remote place, where no living child had ever set foot, he became a father in every way but blood. Neighbors in the nearest settlement sometimes speculated that he had lost a family long ago, that the dolls were memorials he could not bear to leave unfinished. But no record survives of a wife or children. It is more likely he had simply grown tired of his own voice echoing back without reply. In shaping companions from the wool, he gave himself the illusion of company. And perhaps the illusion was enough to keep him alive. For the loneliness of such a life can erode a man more surely than any winter. He believed that care, once given, reshapes the giver, that even imaginary children demand real devotion. And so he measured his days by their needs, mending tiny tears in their bodies, sewing little cloaks, naming each doll's favorite song. To others, this devotion might have seemed like madness, but those who saw him at work felt something they could not easily explain: respect, even awe. There was a purity in his purpose, a willingness to offer tenderness in a place where no one was watching. Over time, the dolls numbered more than 50. Some were tall, their heads brushed against the low beams. Others fit in the palm of his hand. Each was different. Some wore tiny beads. Others carried scraps of carved wood he called their toys. They were a record of his winters, each figure marking a season survived. And though he never called them art, the villagers who later inherited the hut found themselves unable to destroy them. It was as though the herder had left behind not just objects, but a testament. Proof that a human heart can keep beating, even when the world offers no reply. In the final spring of his life, he wrote a single line in the ledger he had kept for decades. "They are all sleeping now. I will rest beside them." When the neighbors finally found him, he was sitting in his chair, the dolls arranged in a circle around him. He looked peaceful, as though he had only closed his eyes to better hear the stories he once told. And in that silent room, with the thaw dripping from the eaves, it was easy to believe he had gone somewhere the dolls could follow, where the dark could not reach him, the scribe who illuminated a Bible just to have a purpose. He was never named in any official chronicle. No monastery ledger recorded his birth or death. No parish register contained a line that said he was baptized or buried. Yet in a darkened alcove, tucked into the crumbling edge of a chapel that had long since lost its congregation, a single volume remained, its pages dense with perfect letters, its margins alive with tiny painted vines and flowers. No one knew who had made it at first. For a long time, it was simply called the Lonely Bible. Only later did scholars piece together the truth, that it had been the work of a single forgotten scribe who, with no monastery to claim him and no family to remember him, had chosen to spend years copying the sacred text by hand, not for payment or recognition or the hope of salvation, but simply to hold his own mind together. They said he had come to the chapel as a middle-aged man, gaunt and quiet, with the look of someone who had survived too many farewells. He brought little with him, only a small pack, a jar of ink, and a bundle of blank vellum. He spoke to no one. The caretaker assumed he would stay a week or two before moving on. But when spring turned to summer and then to winter, he was still there. Each morning, before dawn lit the frosted panes, he would take a stool to the lectern and begin to write. At first, villagers speculated he was a penitent. Perhaps he had committed a crime or nursed a shame so private that only the repetition of holy words could soothe it. But those who peered inside the chapel saw no evidence of guilt or sorrow in his expression. Instead, he looked like a man trying desperately to remember who he was. Each letter he formed, each delicate flourish, seemed to anchor him in place, proof that he still existed, that the blank page could be transformed into something meaningful. The art of illumination was not an ordinary occupation. In monasteries, it was a sacred craft reserved for those with years of training. Scribes learned to grind pigments, to stretch vellum, to design intricate capitals and borders. But here was a man alone, unaffiliated, without a scriptorium to guide or shelter him. That, perhaps, was what made his work so startling. He was not merely copying words. He was creating beauty for no audience but himself. No abbey would profit. No bishop would display his work to impress visitors. In the hush of the abandoned chapel, he labored only so that his days would not dissolve into aimlessness. Some evenings, the caretaker would bring him bread and stew. The scribe never spoke, only nodded in thanks. Once, in the dead of winter, the caretaker dared to ask why he spent so many hours in the cold, hunched over a manuscript that might never be read. The scribe looked up, his ink-dark fingers resting on the margin of a page illuminated with tiny gold leaf stars. For a moment, the caretaker thought he might answer, but instead, he simply touched the text. Just one finger pressed against a line from the Psalms, and bowed his head. It was the only time anyone saw him gesture at his work, as though it were a living thing, a testament to a purpose he could not name aloud. Years passed like that. The villagers grew accustomed to the sight of his narrow silhouette behind the chapel glass. Children made up stories about the man who never spoke and whose quill never rested. Some believed he was cursed to copy the Bible until he died. Others whispered that he was an angel in disguise, proving devotion could survive even without a monastery's protection. But the truth was simpler and sadder. He was only a man who had nothing left to call his own, no family to greet him, no brothers to share a meal, no vow that bound him to a community. The work itself became his reason to rise each day. Each chapter he completed was a small victory against despair. Those who study old manuscripts sometimes talk about the difference between a scribe's hand and a scribe's heart. The hand produces the letters, the uniform spacing, the decorative capitals. But the heart shows itself in the inconsistencies, where the ink runs thinner because the scribe is tired or ill, where a line wavers because his mind has drifted to sorrow. In this Bible, there are passages where the letters remain steady for dozens of pages, almost inhumanly precise. Then, suddenly, a blot of ink appears, or a small tremor unravels a line. It is as though, for a moment, the loneliness had broken through his discipline. Then he gathered himself and continued. Near the end of the manuscript, there is a single marginal note, written in a smaller, shakier hand. Translated, it reads, "I have finished these words that I might remember I was here." No signature follows, no mark of pride or identity, just the quiet declaration that he had persisted. Perhaps that was all he ever wanted, a trace that he had occupied a place in the world, even if no one knew his name. When at last he died, no one noticed for several days. The caretaker found him sitting upright, his hand resting on the final page. It looked as though he had paused to admire his work, then simply never moved again. They buried him outside the chapel wall. Some said it was unorthodox to enter him there, but the villagers felt it was fitting. After all, he had given the building its last true purpose. Without him, it was only stone and dust again. The manuscript remained, hidden beneath a cloth. It was years before anyone recognized its value. When scholars finally came to examine it, they were astonished by the beauty of the script, the delicacy of the illuminations. They asked how such a work could have been created in isolation. But the villagers could only shrug. All they knew was that he had come to them empty-handed and left behind something no one else could have made. In time, the manuscript became a curiosity for historians. They wrote essays about the anonymous scribe who illuminated an entire Bible without patronage or audience. Some called it an act of devotion. Others labeled it a symptom of loneliness so profound it could only be cured by endless repetition. But those who had seen him at work understood better. They knew it was neither madness nor mere piety. It was survival. When everything else had fallen away, his family, his brothers, his place in the order, he had clung to the one thing he could control: the quill, the ink, the page. The slow, deliberate act of shaping letters until they formed words that had outlasted empires. In those words, he found something to tether him to the living world. And in the illuminated margins, those tiny blossoms, stars, and curls of gold, he created beauty that proved he had not been entirely lost. Even now, when scholars study the manuscript under glass, they sometimes remark on how the decoration grows more intricate toward the end, as though he knew his time was shortening and wished to leave behind a final testament to his craft. A last flourish, a last declaration that he had existed, that he had not surrendered to the darkness that threatened to erase him. And so, the scribe who had no family, no monastery, and no name became, in the end, something more enduring than any lineage or title. He became a reminder that purpose can be forged from the barest materials: a quill, a prayer, a silent vow never to give up the work. For all his isolation, he achieved what most people long for: a reason to wake each day, and a legacy that would outlast his own fragile life. The elderly woman who tended a candle as if it were a grandchild. In the final years of her life, when her hair had thinned to wisps of white, and her body had grown so frail that even lifting a kettle became an act of determination, she was known in her small village as the woman with the single candle. Her name was recorded only in a faded parish ledger: Eleanor Gray. But to those few who still noticed her, she seemed almost part of the house itself, a figure glimpsed through the window at dusk, bent close to a flickering flame that never quite went out. Eleanor had outlived everyone she had ever loved. A husband taken by fever in a season so cold the earth split and swallowed the fence posts. A daughter claimed by an illness that no midwife could name. Neighbors moved on or buried. The rooms of her cottage had once been filled with voices, meals shared, songs hummed to infants, arguments softened by the knowledge that love would remain after the anger. But as the years unspooled, those voices thinned until only echoes lingered in the beams. Some would have called it madness to believe a candle could be anything more than wax and wick, but Eleanor insisted otherwise. When the first shadows crept over the fields each evening, she lit it as carefully as if she were drawing breath into a newborn chest. She placed it on the small round table that had held her daughter's cradle. In the soft gold light, she imagined she saw a glow that felt alive, curious, receptive. Neighbors who came to deliver bread or gather gossip spoke of hearing her murmuring to it, low, patient tones, the same cadence a grandmother uses when soothing a fretful child. She would ask whether it had rested enough through the day, whether it was lonely when the sun shone too long. She scolded it gently when its flame guttered, praising it when it steadied itself against the draft. At night, she sat beside it, one hand resting near its warmth. She told it stories she no longer dared share with any living soul. How she first learned to bake. How her husband's laugh would fill the room and make her feel as though she were part of something indestructible. How her daughter once pressed a dandelion into her palm and declared it a treasure no queen could rival. These memories had become too heavy to carry alone. In the candle, she felt she had found a listener who could hold them without judgment or impatience. There is something both heartbreaking and beautiful in the way human beings will search for communion when isolation becomes unbearable. Eleanor could not bear to admit aloud that she was speaking to emptiness, so she made of the flame a companion, a confidant, something to answer the ache of silence. When the wick burned low, she trimmed it with delicate care, whispering reassurances that she would not let it go dark. It was not simply superstition, it was the final act of devotion in a life stripped of nearly every other bond. Some nights, when the wind rattled the panes, she believed she could see the flame bow in response, as if nodding in understanding. In those moments, she felt less alone, less forgotten by a world that had continued on without her. The candle's glow turned her dim room into a sanctuary, a place where the past could be held without fear of vanishing altogether. Her neighbors could never decide whether her ritual was tragic or miraculous. They only knew that when they passed her window at dusk, they saw the same steady radiance and the same old woman leaning close, eyes soft, lips moving in tender conversation. When Eleanor died, they found the candle still burning. Its wick had grown short, but the flame flickered stubbornly on, as if refusing to surrender the last link between her heart and whatever waited beyond the veil of this world. To those who understood loneliness, it seemed fitting that her final companion had been this fragile, luminous thing, a flame that asked nothing of her but the gift of her voice and her care. Even now, generations later, some say that in the depths of winter, when the nights are longest, you can pass that same cottage and see a tiny light in the window. And if you pause to listen, you might hear a woman's voice speaking to it with all the devotion she once gave to the family she lost. In that persistent flame, perhaps there remains proof that love will always find something to illuminate, even when the darkness has taken everything else. The young girl who traced her hand in dirt. Every day to remember herself. In a remote corner of the English countryside, in the late years of the 19th century, there stood a modest stone cottage surrounded by tangled hedgerows and a stretch of fields left fallow by a family too weary to work them. Inside that cottage, in a room that had once been bright with children's laughter, a young girl named Margaret lay confined to a narrow bed. She was perhaps 10 or 11 when the illness came, what the doctors of that time called a wasting fever. They did not have the words for it that we might use now. They only knew it stole her strength inch by inch until her arms trembled even to hold a cup of water, until her legs refused to carry her more than a few steps. In the first weeks of her sickness, Margaret's family did what they could. Her mother dampened her forehead with cool cloths. Her father sat by her bed at night, whispering stories to lull her back to sleep. But as the months passed, life pressed in. There were other mouths to feed, other children to clothe, and Margaret's world began to shrink. Bit by bit, she was left alone for hours at a time. The house fell silent around her. Even the birds outside seemed to avoid her window, as if her condition were a sadness that radiated too far. It was in this silent exile that Margaret began her quiet ritual, one that would outlast her life and be remembered long after her fever had faded into local legend. Each morning, when her mother opened the window to let in the pale air, Margaret would ease herself from her bed, her movements unsteady, and make her way outside to the patch of bare earth just beyond the threshold. No matter how weak she felt, she would kneel and press her small hand into the soft dirt, leaving the shape of her palm in the earth. Then she would sit back, breathing hard, and stare at that print as if she needed to memorize it. The first time she did it, her mother asked her gently what she was doing. Margaret looked up with a clarity that startled the woman. "So I don't forget I'm here," she said. "So I don't forget I'm still me." Day after day, she made her way to that same spot, tracing the same outline. When the rain came, it would wash her handprint away, and she would start again. When the wind scattered dust across it, she would clear it carefully before pressing her hand down anew. There were mornings she could scarcely hold herself upright. The fever took her appetite, hollowed her cheeks, made her bones stand out against her skin. But she never stopped. To the neighbors, it seemed a strange, almost unsettling habit. Some said the girl must have gone mad from her confinement. Others whispered that she was leaving a charm to ward off death. But those who looked closer, those who watched the way she studied her own hand in the dirt, understood that this was something simpler and infinitely more profound. Margaret was bearing witness to herself. She was proving, in the only way she could, that she had not vanished inside her illness. Imagine, if you will, the loneliness that must have filled her small body, the knowledge that no matter how her family loved her, they could never truly share what she felt, the uncertainty each morning of whether she would have the strength to rise again. In such circumstances, a child might easily surrender to despair. But Margaret's ritual was an act of defiance as much as remembrance. Each handprint was a declaration. I am still alive. I am still me. The local priest who visited the cottage recorded in his journal that on more than one occasion he found her sitting in the doorway, her fingers covered in damp soil, her face solemn and calm. He tried to comfort her with scripture, offering words about the kingdom of heaven and the promise of rest. But she did not seem interested in other worlds. Her gaze stayed fixed on the simple evidence of her own existence. To her, it was enough. What makes this story so haunting is that no one told her to do it. No adult suggested she mark her days with a physical sign. It was something she arrived at on her own, a pure, instinctive response to the terror of disappearing. Before the fever, she had been a lively child, quick to laugh, eager to chase her brothers through the fields. Illness took all that away. What remained was this quiet insistence that she was still here, no matter how much her body failed her. As months became years, Margaret's health slowly worsened. The fever never fully released its hold. The young girl who traced her hand in dirt. Every day to remember herself. In a remote corner of the English countryside, in the late years of the 19th century, there stood a modest stone cottage surrounded by tangled hedgerows and a stretch of fields left fallow by a family too weary to work them. Inside that cottage, in a room that had once been bright with children's laughter, a young girl named Margaret lay confined to a narrow bed. She was perhaps 10 or 11 when the illness came, what the doctors of that time called a wasting fever. They did not have the words for it that we might use now. They only knew it stole her strength inch by inch until her arms trembled even to hold a cup of water, until her legs refused to carry her more than a few steps. In the first weeks of her sickness, Margaret's family did what they could. Her mother dampened her forehead with cool cloths. Her father sat by her bed at night, whispering stories to lull her back to sleep. But as the months passed, life pressed in. There were other mouths to feed, other children to clothe, and Margaret's world began to shrink. Bit by bit, she was left alone for hours at a time. The house fell silent around her. Even the birds outside seemed to avoid her window, as if her condition were a sadness that radiated too far. It was in this silent exile that Margaret began her quiet ritual, one that would outlast her life and be remembered long after her fever had faded into local legend. Each morning, when her mother opened the window to let in the pale air, Margaret would ease herself from her bed. her movements unsteady, and make her way outside to the patch of bare earth just beyond the threshold. No matter how weak she felt, she would kneel and press her small hand into the soft dirt, leaving the shape of her palm in the earth. Then she would sit back, breathing hard, and stare at that print as if she needed to memorize it. The first time she did it, her mother asked her gently what she was doing. Margaret looked up with a clarity that startled the woman. "So I don't forget I'm here," she said. "So I don't forget I'm still me." Day after day, she made her way to that same spot, tracing the same outline. When the rain came, it would wash her handprint away, and she would start again. When the wind scattered dust across it, she would clear it carefully before pressing her hand down anew. There were mornings she could scarcely hold herself upright. The fever took her appetite, hollowed her cheeks, made her bones stand out against her skin. But she never stopped. To the neighbors, it seemed a strange, almost unsettling habit. Some said the girl must have gone mad from her confinement. Others whispered that she was leaving a charm to ward off death. But those who looked closer, those who watched the way she studied her own hand in the dirt, understood that this was something simpler and infinitely more profound. Margaret was bearing witness to herself. She was proving, in the only way she could, that she had not vanished inside her illness. Imagine, if you will, the loneliness that must have filled her small body. The knowledge that no matter how her family loved her, they could never truly share what she felt. The uncertainty each morning of whether she would have the strength to rise again. In such circumstances, a child might easily surrender to despair. But Margaret's ritual was an act of defiance as much as remembrance. Each handprint was a declaration. I am still alive. I am still me. The local priest who visited the cottage recorded in his journal that on more than one occasion, he found her sitting in the doorway, her fingers covered in damp soil, her face solemn and calm. He tried to comfort her with scripture, offering words about the kingdom of heaven and the promise of rest. But she did not seem interested in other worlds. Her gaze stayed fixed on the simple evidence of her own existence. To her, it was enough. What makes this story so haunting is that no one told her to do it. No adult suggested she mark her days with a physical sign. It was something she arrived at on her own. A pure... In the final winter of her life, she grew so frail that she could not leave her bed at all. Her mother, seeing the sorrow in her eyes as she looked toward the door, brought a wooden tray filled with earth and placed it beside her pillow. Each morning, Margaret pressed her hand into that little patch of dirt. Even when she could no longer speak, she would reach out her thin arm and trace the shape of her fingers one last time. When she died, it was early spring. 'T instinctive response to the terror of disappearing. Before the fever, she had been a lively child, quick to laugh, eager to chase her brothers through the fields. Illness took all that away. What remained was this quiet insistence that she was still here, no matter how much her body failed her. As months became years, Margaret's health slowly worsened. The fever never fully released its hold. The deaf monk who never spoke, but was loved for his smile. In the brittle winters of 12th century France, monastic life offered a kind of sanctuary from the turbulence of the outside world. Yet even within cloister walls, men wrestled with their own failings, their doubts, their unspoken wounds. Among them was a monk whose story endures in obscure chronicles, not because of sermons delivered or miracles performed, but because of what he lacked and what he offered in return. He could not hear the chanting psalms. He could not speak the daily prayers. But he possessed a smile so gentle, so untroubled, that it transformed the hearts of all who came near. He was known to the scribes simply as Brother Odon. Though no birth records survived, some believe he was brought to the abbey as a small boy after being orphaned by fever. He never learned to speak. He never reacted to sudden noises. And so the brothers concluded he had been deaf from birth. In an age when physical impairment was often treated with suspicion or pity, the abbey's decision to raise him was itself an act of quiet grace. They taught him to sweep the stone floors, to tend the kitchen gardens, to carry candles into the chapel at dusk. These were humble duties, but in time, the brothers noticed that wherever he went, he carried something more rare than any office or title: a serene contentment. In a community where words were the primary currency of devotion, where reciting scripture and debating doctrine filled every hour, Brother Odon lived in a different realm. He studied the movement of mouths, the rise and fall of brows, the tenderness or severity hidden in the corners of the eyes. He could not hear the great bells calling the monks to prayer, but he knew precisely when to join them by watching for their collective motion. When he entered the refectory, he waited until others had begun to eat, then took his seat without fuss. His obedience was exact, never requiring rebuke or correction, and all the while he wore the same luminous smile, as though he alone had glimpsed a truth others were too distracted to see. There were monks who at first found him unsettling. They mistook his silence for ignorance. They believed that without hearing or speech, he could not possibly know the scriptures. But the abbey's prior, a wise old man named Father Anselm, began to understand that Brother Odon absorbed knowledge in other ways. He watched how a monk's hand caressed the page of a psalter. He studied the slow breathing of those in contemplation. He traced the shapes of letters with his fingertips, committing them to memory, as though learning the contours of a sacred landscape. He did not need spoken sermons. He read them in the way the brothers bowed their heads, in the tears that sometimes fell onto folded hands. His faith was a quiet flame, steady and bright. And when the brothers finally accepted that he could not be made to speak, they began to accept something more astonishing: that he did not need to. The abbey drew pilgrims from across the countryside, farmers seeking blessing for their fields, merchants hoping for safe travel, widows desperate for consolation. Over time, word spread of the deaf monk whose smile dissolved all pretense. Visitors who arrived with burdens they could not name would find themselves drawn to the corner of the cloister where Brother Odon worked. There he sat, mending a frayed sandal strap or arranging fresh herbs for the kitchen. When they approached, he would lift his face, meet their gaze, and smile as if they were the very person he had been waiting for. And in that moment, many claimed, the tangle in their hearts loosened. No elaborate ritual, no holy relic, only a smile that communicated what all their words could not, that they were seen and accepted without condition. Some chroniclers called it a kind of miracle. Others suggested that in a world so obsessed with argument and hierarchy, Brother Odon's gift was to remind everyone that God did not always speak through voices or text. Sometimes he spoke through the simple grace of presence. The other monks began to notice that whenever a brother was troubled, he would eventually find his way to the courtyard, where Brother Odon would be working. They would sit beside him, saying nothing. And in that silence, the burden would ease. Even the abbot, a stern scholar known for his scorn of superstition, came to understand that the young monk's wordless ministry was as necessary as any learned homily. It was in the plague year of 1174 that Brother Odon's influence became undeniable. As sickness began to claim the villages nearby, fear spread through the abbey. Monks who had once believed themselves immune to panic found their confidence faltering. Some became too terrified to sleep, haunted by visions of death and judgment. But each dawn, Brother Odon rose to his chores, untroubled by the invisible menace. He moved among the sick, washing their linens, offering them a bowl of broth, and always, always smiling. Those who survived later wrote that his calm was like a shield, that when he placed his hand upon theirs, they felt no dread, only peace. When he himself fell ill, there was no spectacle of suffering. He lay in the infirmary, eyes closed, a small upturn of his lips never wavering. Brothers sat vigil in shifts, knowing he could not hear their whispered prayers, and yet they felt certain he understood everyone. He passed away as he had lived, silently, gently, as though slipping into another room where no voice was needed. Afterward, the monks argued over how to commemorate him. Some suggested a formal shrine. Others thought it wiser to let his memory be its own testimony. In the end, they settled on a single carved inscription near his favorite bench in the courtyard. In silence, he taught us to listen. Pilgrims who came years later would sit there in the sun, close their eyes, and imagine the shape of his smile. And many said they could still feel it, an invisible warmth that reached them across the distance of time. In an age when power and persuasion so often belonged to those who could preach the loudest, Brother Odon's legacy was a quiet revolution. A reminder that sometimes the most profound truths require no sound at all. That compassion can be carried in the curve of a mouth, in the softness of a gaze, in the presence of a person who asks for nothing and gives everything. Historians might call his life uneventful. But to those who were transformed by a moment beside him, no other monk left such a mark. He was proof that you do not need to speak to be heard, nor to hear in order to understand. You only need the courage to offer your presence without judgment, and the humility to let your heart say what your lips cannot. That is why, centuries later, in dusty annals and quiet chapels, the legend endures. The deaf monk who never uttered a single word, but who taught countless souls how to listen, not with their ears, but with something deeper. And in that silent teaching, he accomplished what the most eloquent voices could not. He turned loneliness into communion, fear into acceptance, and sorrow into a moment of shared humanity that would outlast the very stones of the abbey itself. The fisherman who carved a shrine to his wife on the cliff. He rose before dawn each morning, when the ocean was still a dark sheet without a horizon. In that hour, when most people turned over in their beds, the fisherman walked the narrow path along the cliffs, carrying a lantern in one hand and his nets folded over the other. The path curved toward a small hollow in the rock, a place no one else ever bothered to notice. That hollow became something sacred to him the year his wife died. She had loved the sea, though she never set foot in a boat, loved the smell of salt and the sound of waves hissing against the stones. When she was gone, he could not bear to return home each day with his catch and find no one waiting. So he did what no one expected. He began gathering the shells that washed up in tangled drifts, small pearly fragments and long spiral conches. He sorted them by size and color, carrying them up the cliff in a battered canvas sack. Sometimes he found the bones of seabirds bleached white by the sun, or fish spines as delicate as lace. He took those too, and over months he built a shrine to her, piece by piece, pressing each shell into the damp clay of the hollow wall. He never called it a grave. He called it her listening place. Each morning before he pushed his boat into the surf, he stood in front of that little shrine. He would speak to her as though she were there, watching from some hidden perch in the rocks. He told her how the night had been, whether the wind would rise, whether the fish would be plentiful. He spoke the way a man speaks to a wife across a kitchen table. Simple details, the small pattern of a life shared. Some villagers said they heard him singing sometimes, a tune so low it blended with the surf. Others claimed he wept there, though he never let anyone see tears on his face. The shrine grew taller with every passing season, the shells layered in careful spirals. He shaped a small arch above it, set driftwood into the base. Once, when he found a piece of glass worn smooth by the tide, he placed it in the center as if it were a precious jewel. It caught the sunrise each morning and flung it back in a broken glimmer. When asked why he spent so much effort on something no one else would visit, he only said that the sea deserved witnesses. And so did she. In time, children from the village began to follow him at a distance. They never dared approach while he was there, but when he left, they would creep up to see what he had added. They called it the fisherman's memory. Some thought it was a charm for safety. Others believed he had made a promise to her spirit, that he would never return from the water without first telling her he was leaving. Perhaps they were all a little right. In the old ledgers, you can still find mention of him. Not his real name, which faded with time, but the title people gave him, the Keeper of the Cliff Shrine. It was said that in all his years fishing alone, he never lost a boat, never failed to return. As if the shrine itself watched over him, a pact sealed in shells and bone. He brushed snow from the shells with his bare hand and whispered words the wind carried out to sea. Those who witnessed it described a peculiar calm in his face, a quiet no storm could shake. He never remarried. Some said he had already given every part of himself worth giving. Others thought he believed she still waited for him, just beyond the horizon. And maybe that belief was what gave him the courage to face each day alone, launching his boat into darkness with nothing but a lantern and the memory of her voice in his ears. On the last morning of his life, when the tide was high and the sky was an iron lid over the cliffs, he made his final walk to the shrine. He placed a small carved fish at the base, something he had whittled by lamplight in the long hours of the previous night. Then he spoke to her for a long time. No one knows exactly what he said, but a shepherd passing by claimed the fisherman's voice was steady and sure, as though he were promising to join her soon. When the villagers realized he had not returned by dusk, they set out along the cliff path. They found the boat still tethered to the mooring, empty. His lantern burned low beside the shrine, the glass bead gleaming one last time. He was never seen again. Some believe he slipped into the sea by choice. Others say the waves took him when he grew too tired to resist. But everyone agreed he was not truly lost. He had gone where he believed she waited, beyond the surf, into a place where no dawn ever broke alone. The peasant who lit candles in empty houses, just to feel less alone. He was the kind of man most villages barely noticed, except when he passed carrying a bundle of dry reeds or a basket of kindling. In records, he appears only as the laborer, a word that could belong to any of 100 anonymous souls. But when the long winters came and snow draped the fields in silence, he did something that made the neighbors whisper. He lit candles in empty houses, not because he owned them or because he meant to steal or squat. He lit them because he could not bear the dark. Because in that darkness, the rooms felt like tombs, and he imagined the voices that had once filled them were listening for any sign the world had not forgotten them. He began this ritual after the fever came, when families left or died, and their houses stood abandoned. Some were locked, some open to the wind, their doors hanging by a single hinge. At first, he avoided them like everyone else, thinking it was unlucky to linger where grief had nested. But one night, walking home past a ruined doorway, he felt the cold more sharply than ever before. He thought of the children who had once slept in that room, of the bread left to harden on the table when the family never returned. And before he knew why, he set a small candle on the threshold and struck a spark. He said later, though only once to an old woman who asked him why, that when the flame took, he felt the room breathe. It was not a ghostly thing, not a haunting. It was something gentler, an easing of the weight that had settled over the empty house. From that night, he carried a handful of candles everywhere he went. Whenever he passed a deserted cottage, he stepped inside, cleared a space, and set a wick alight. Then he stood in the doorway for a moment, watching the glow climb the walls. Some nights, when loneliness pressed too hard against his ribs, he would stay longer, just to feel that he was not the only soul alive in all that darkness. The neighbors called it foolishness. Some called it superstition. They said it was dangerous to risk fire in houses no one maintained. But he was careful. He never left a flame unattended. He never disturbed what remained. Old clothes folded in trunks, cracked cups on dusty shelves. He only gave light, and if he sometimes spoke into the empty air, saying a name he'd heard long ago, or wishing a silent good night, no one was there to call him mad. In time, people began to notice that the abandoned houses did not seem as grim. A glow at a window could make a hovel look like it waited for someone to return. Children who once ran past with eyes averted sometimes paused to look in, curious to see the small circle of brightness in the gloom. And though no one thanked him, some quietly began to believe he was doing a kindness not just for the dead, but for the living, for anyone who had ever feared being forgotten. One winter, when sickness swept through again, he grew too weak to carry candles to every house. But he made sure to light a few each night, even if he had to rest between doorways. On his final evening, villagers found him sitting in the threshold of a cottage, the last candle flickering low. His eyes were closed, his hands folded in his lap as though he were listening for something. No one knew if he heard the voices he had hoped for, or simply the small comfort of the flame as it guttered out. After he was gone, some villagers kept his habit alive. For a few years, candles appeared in the empty houses whenever the nights grew long. But as the village slowly shrank and memories grew thin, the ritual faded. Still, on certain winter evenings, when snow falls without a sound, people say you can glimpse a pale light moving from house to house, and if you dare to look inside, you might feel the warmth of all who once lived there, and all who still long to be remembered. The pilgrim who talked to his shadow on the road. They say that a pilgrim can measure the worth of his journey not only in miles, but in the loneliness that clings to his steps. Among the many who walked Europe's tangled roads in the old centuries, one figure was remembered long after his footprints were washed away by rain. His name was recorded in the margins of a friar's journal, Matthias of Ghent, a man with no known family, no recorded destination, and no other companion except for the dark shape that fell across the dust beside him. Some called him a madman. Others said he was a mystic whose understanding reached deeper than common sense could follow. But all agreed that he was never seen without his shadow, and that he spoke to it as tenderly as a brother. Those who glimpsed him described a man lean from hunger and the ceaseless march of countless leagues. His cloak hung in tatters, and his boots were patched so often they resembled a quilt more than leather. But though he looked half wild, his gaze was clear, and his voice, when he spoke to the darkness that traced his every step, was gentle, as though addressing someone he trusted above all others. In the village of Maastricht, a woman who once offered him bread swore that she heard him say, "You're the one who never leaves me. When all others turn away, you remain." She thought perhaps it was a prayer to God, disguised as conversation. But when she asked to whom he spoke, he only smiled and gestured to the silhouette stretching across the cobbles. Pilgrims are often lonely, but Matthias had carried his solitude to a peculiar devotion. He never ate without first bowing his head and thanking his shadow for sharing the meal. He never slept without murmuring good night to the patch of darkness pooled near his bedroll. Even when storms blotted out the moon and made the night seem endless, he would whisper, "You are still here. I feel you." Monks in Liège recorded his passing in their ledgers. They noted that he refused to accept shelter indoors for fear of losing sight of the darkness he called his companion. "A man who has only his own silhouette for solace," one scribe wrote, "has either found a deeper faith or surrendered to a sorrow none can imagine." He left no treatise, no doctrine, only fragments of words overheard by strangers. Some said he believed shadows were evidence of the soul's persistence, proof that the self endures in some form, even when unseen. Others believed he had lost his family to plague or war and could no longer trust any living bond. In the constant shape beside him, he found the only promise that could not be betrayed. What is certain is that Matthias never once spoke unkindly to it. Even when exhausted, when hunger hollowed his face and his legs trembled beneath him, he addressed his shadow with patient gratitude. "You are my witness," he would say, "and my consolation." There is something profoundly human in this strange ritual. We all seek evidence that we are not alone. Some find it in faith, some in memory, some in the reflection of a loved one's eyes. For Matthias, it was the dark twin that mirrored his every movement, the one companion that could not abandon him. As he walked from Flanders through Burgundy and into the hill roads of Provence, more and more stories attached themselves to his legend. Children followed him at a distance, daring each other to touch his cloak. Merchants made the sign of the cross when he passed, afraid that perhaps he had slipped too close to the other world. But he never paused to explain. He simply continued, step after patient step, murmuring to the shape that followed. In a time when most journeys were undertaken in groups, safety against wolves, against bandits, Matthias chose the road alone, convinced that his true companion required no flesh or voice. To some, this was a pitiable delusion. To others, it was a testament to the mind's unbreakable need for connection. When at last he reached the old pilgrim shrine at Saint-Gilles, witnesses claimed he knelt in the dust and thanked his shadow for completing the journey with him. No crowd gathered to celebrate his arrival. No chronicler recorded his prayers in full, but a single monk, watching from the doorway, wrote that he seemed more at peace in that final hour than any nobleman dying in his bed. Some evenings, when the sun slants low across a quiet road, it is easy to think of Matthias, his voice low, his back bent, the long silhouette cast ahead of him like a promise he could never outpace. In that dark shape, he found the answer to a longing none of us can truly escape, the longing never to be abandoned, never to vanish without witness. Even now, his story lingers in the villages he passed through, a reminder that the mind will find companionship wherever it must, that a shadow, silent and insubstantial, can become a lifeline when nothing else remains. And perhaps that is the most enduring truth of all, that the hunger for connection is stronger than any road, any sorrow, any distance the world can impose. The artist who painted angels on every wall of his shack. In a desolate corner of a mining town that no longer exists on any modern map, there once stood a small wooden shack, weather-beaten and half-collapsing under the weight of its own neglect. If you had stumbled upon it in those days, you might have dismissed it as a ruin, a place long since abandoned to rain and rodents. But when you stepped inside, when you crossed the threshold of that leaning doorway, you would have discovered something so unexpected, so strangely beautiful, that you might have questioned whether you'd wandered into a dream. For on every inch of that shack's interior walls, from the cracked floorboards up to the sagging rafters, an artist named Nathaniel had painted angels. Dozens upon dozens of them, some life-sized, others no bigger than a child's outstretched hand. They covered every surface in layers of wings, gentle faces, and outstretched arms, a choir of silent companions crowding around the man who had conjured them. Nathaniel was not famous in his lifetime. He was not even considered respectable by most of his neighbors. Born in the 1860s to a family of itinerant carpenters, he had spent his early adulthood drifting from one mining camp to another, trading his labor for a warm meal or a cot by the fire. But even then, those who paid attention noted he carried a little sketchbook everywhere he went. While other men gambled or drank away their wages, Nathaniel would sit alone by the lamplight, filling page after page with drawings, faces, wings, halos, shapes that seemed to pour out of him as naturally as breath. His fascination with angels began in childhood, or so he claimed. He had been a frail boy, often confined to bed by a persistent weakness in his lungs. His mother, desperate to keep his spirits from sinking, read to him each night from a worn Bible. He loved the passages about celestial beings, imagining them as radiant protectors who watched over the sick and the forgotten. But he also began to suspect that angels might be more than just stories. He believed they could be called forth, that through art, they might be made almost real, companions who would never leave him, no matter how low his fortunes fell. By the time he was in his 30s, the mining boom that had drawn him west was dying. The little settlement where he lived began to empty out. Families packed their belongings into wagons and disappeared down the rutted roads. Businesses shuttered their doors. Churches fell silent. As the town withered around him, Nathaniel remained. He moved into the smallest, cheapest structure he could find, a one-room shack once used as a tool shed, and resolved that if the world offered him no comfort, he would create it himself. He scavenged leftover paint from abandoned houses, mixing it with linseed oil and turpentine. He fashioned brushes from horsehair and broken broom handles. And then, in the hush that comes after a place has been given up for dead, he began to paint. The first angel appeared on the wall above his cot. A simple figure, its wings arching protectively over the space where he slept. The next one emerged by the stove, its face lifted in an expression of quiet blessing. Before long, he was working from dawn until lamplight, moving along the walls in careful increments. Each figure was unique. Some had golden hair and serene eyes. Others looked sorrowful, their hands clasped in prayer. A few were smiling, as if they carried some private joke Nathaniel never explained. Visitors were rare, but those who ventured inside later said the effect was overwhelming. The shack was so small that the painted angels seemed almost to breathe. They crowded every corner, their wings overlapping, their gazes following you wherever you stood. To some, the place felt holy, a makeshift chapel conjured out of poverty and loneliness. To others, it felt unsettling, as though the angels were not merely decoration, but a desperate shield against the darkness closing in. Nathaniel never married. He never had children. His health remained fragile, and there were entire winters when he was too ill to fetch firewood or food. During those times, he would lie in his narrow bed, studying the faces he had painted, whispering to them as if they might answer. He called them by names he chose himself: Michael, Raphael, Selah, Miriam, names he said had come to him in dreams. There is something both heartbreaking and profoundly human in this act. A man so bereft of earthly company that he painted an invisible congregation to keep him from sinking into despair. Each angel was a reassurance, a reminder that he was not alone, that even in a decaying town, no one else cared to remember. He could still feel watched over. Toward the end of his life, Nathaniel's neighbors began to take pity on him. A few brought bread and kindling to his door. They never stayed long. Some felt the shack was haunted by a sadness too large to bear. But still, they returned, because they knew he would not leave it. He told one visitor, "I can't go elsewhere. This is where my angels live. If I left, they would have no purpose." He died in that shack one winter night, with snow drifting through the gaps in the roof. The angels, of course, remained. When a local pastor came to arrange the burial, he stepped inside and reportedly wept to see the walls, every inch of them alive with painted witnesses. In the end, Nathaniel had succeeded in his great project. He had filled the emptiness so completely that no space remained unoccupied by his quiet sentinels. Over the decades that followed, the shack decayed further. Rain and mildew began to erase the images, fading them to pale ghosts. Some pieces of the walls were salvaged by a traveling collector who recognized their strange beauty. A few panels still survive in a museum collection, though they are rarely displayed. Most of the angels have vanished, dissolved back into the timber and dust. But the story of the man who painted them has never disappeared completely. In small towns across the region, people still speak of Nathaniel as a kind of folk saint, a reminder of what a lonely spirit can build when it refuses to surrender to despair. If you ever find yourself wondering what you would do if everything familiar fell away, if your family, your work, your community dissolved into absence, you might think of Nathaniel, crouched over those rough boards, his hands stained with pigments he mixed himself. You might remember how he labored not for fame, not for money, but to surround himself with something that felt alive, something that could meet his eyes when the world offered no witness. We spend our days creating all manner of things: art, stories, music, gardens, often forgetting that behind each act of creation lies the same simple hunger, the need to be accompanied, to be seen, to feel that our lives have weight. Nathaniel's angels were never merely decoration. They were evidence of a man's unyielding hope that even in his isolation, he was worthy of company. So when you hear his story, do not pity him too quickly. Instead, consider the courage it takes to look at bare walls and decide that they will not remain bare. Consider what it means to fill a space with images that reflect your longing. In that lonely shack, a man declared, again and again, in brushstrokes and color, that he was still here, that he still believed in something beyond emptiness, that he refused to let silence have the final word. And perhaps, in the end, that is why we remember him, not because he was famous or skilled beyond measure, but because he understood the most essential truth of all. When we are at our lowest, it is not enough to be alive. We must also feel accompanied, even if we must paint our own angels to keep us company. The boy who slept with a carved stick. He called his brother. In a century when war and famine marched hand in hand across the fields of Europe, there were countless children who slipped through the gaps of memory, whose stories were never written down, whose faces vanished from any record. But sometimes, in the dim corners of parish ledgers or the brittle pages of a monastic chronicle, a small detail survives, a glimpse of a life so heartbreakingly human that it refuses to be forgotten. Among these quiet fragments is the account of a boy, nameless in every surviving document, who carried with him a carved wooden stick he called his brother. No one knew precisely where he came from. One account, penned by a traveling friar, claimed he was found wandering the edge of a burned village in northern Burgundy, his face streaked with soot, his arms wrapped around a length of wood that had been shaped with astonishing care. He could not have been more than 6 or 7. When the friar offered him a crust of bread, the boy took it with one hand, while the other remained firmly clenched around the stick, as if letting go would invite some invisible calamity. The friar recorded that the child did not speak at first. He would only nod or shake his head, never taking his eyes from the figure he carried. Over time, the friar noticed small details, that the stick had been shaved smooth along its sides, that the top had been notched into a crude semblance of a face, 2 shallow hollows for eyes, a thin groove for a mouth. Someone, perhaps the boy himself, had wrapped the shaft in scraps of cloth, binding it like a tiny body in swaddling. A single wooden peg protruded from one side, serving as an arm, and though it was inanimate, it was treated with the tenderness most children reserve only for living things. The friar offered to take the stick and set it aside while the boy slept, but the child would not release it. At night, when he was finally persuaded to lie on a pallet of straw, he cradled it against his chest. Witnesses claimed he would turn his face toward it and whisper, in a voice barely more than breath, the stories he could no longer share with any real brother. Stories of a house with a warm hearth, of a mother who sang, of a father whose hands were calloused but kind. Whether these were memories or inventions, no one could say. But in a world that had taken everything else, the boy had found a way to salvage some echo of love. When he was eventually brought to a small Benedictine priory, the monks faced a dilemma. They had seen many orphans pass through their doors, each bearing scars in their own fashion. But none had ever clung to a piece of carved wood with such unbreakable devotion. Some brothers argued it was unhealthy, a sign of delusion or idolatry. But the prior, a man named Brother Mathieu, took a gentler view. He believed that in times of unimaginable loss, a child's mind will sometimes forge its own refuge, that the stick was not simply an object, but a lifeline. And so they allowed him to keep it. They gave him a corner of the dormitory to sleep in, away from the older boys who teased or stared. Each morning, he rose before dawn, carried his wooden brother to the refectory, and placed it gently beside him as he ate. The monks learned to set an extra bowl of porridge on the table, one for the child, one for the carved companion. When chores were assigned, he tucked the stick under one arm while he swept the cloister walks. If someone tried to touch it, his eyes grew dark with panic, and he would withdraw into a silence so absolute that no coaxing could draw him back. Over the months, the friar who first found him returned to see how he fared. He wrote in his journal that the boy had begun to speak more freely, but only to the stick. He told it about the weather, about the sound of the bell that marked the hours, about the bees that droned in the priory garden. At times, he seemed to listen intently, as though awaiting a reply. When none came, he would nod, satisfied, as if some unspoken understanding had passed between them. Some chroniclers would later dismiss this as the natural result of grief, a child's attempt to fill the void left by the dead. But those who spent time with him noticed something deeper, that the stick, in all its simplicity, had become a vessel for hope, an object onto which he could project every kindness he had lost. In a world where death had become so commonplace, it no longer shocked anyone. This boy still believed in the possibility of connection, even if he had to create it himself. As he grew older, the habit never left him. He fashioned new scraps of cloth to dress the figure when the old ones wore thin. He learned to carve more elaborate details, a faint line of eyebrows, a suggestion of hair. The monks taught him to read and write, and soon he was transcribing small stories onto parchment. But always, before he set pen to page, he would murmur to the wooden brother, as if seeking approval. Pilgrims who passed through the priory began to notice the boy and his companion. Some were moved to tears, others were unsettled, unable to comprehend such devotion to an object. But every witness agreed. When you saw him sitting in the garden, the figure propped upright in his lap, there was a stillness around him that felt sacred, a sense that, in spite of all he had lost, he remained unbroken. When the boy was about 14, a traveling scholar stopped to rest at the priory and recorded one of the only surviving descriptions of their bond. He wrote, "He speaks to the figure as to a brother returned from the grave, and though it cannot answer, his heart seems soothed by its nearness." The scholar concluded that there was something miraculous in this attachment, a quiet defiance of despair. The story does not end with sudden healing, the boy never abandoned his carved brother. As he grew into a young man, he continued to carry it everywhere, into the fields where he labored, into the chapel where he prayed. When he eventually took vows as a lay brother, the prior allowed him to keep it at his side, a concession to the understanding that some wounds do not close, but can be carried with dignity. Years later, when he died of a fever, the monks wrapped the figure in clean linen and placed it beside him in the grave. It was, they reasoned, the only proper way to honor a bond that had shaped his entire life. Today, if you visit the crumbling foundations of that priory, there is little to mark the boy's existence. No monument, no relic, only a mention in a single fading manuscript. But in that record shines the memory of a child who, in a time of unimaginable loss, refused to let the idea of a brother vanish, who created a companion when the world took everything else away, who showed that love can survive in the smallest, simplest form, a carved stick, dressed in scraps, carried close to the heart, the woman who drew eyes on the walls to feel watched over. In the last house on a crooked lane, where moss climbed the window panes and rain sank into the roof beams, there lived a woman whose loneliness became something almost alive. No records remain of her family. Some said she had a husband once, a fisherman who never returned from the sea. Others claimed she had always been alone, even as a child. But what everyone agreed upon was that she was afraid of silence more than any storm. As the years passed, she withdrew deeper into her cottage. Neighbors saw her less and less, until only the candle flickering in her window proved she still moved behind those walls. But even candlelight could not soften the dread that waited for her each night. She said the darkness was too large, too hollow, that when she tried to sleep, she felt the house itself swallowing her. So she did something no one expected. She picked up a stick of charcoal one evening and began to draw an eye. Just one, large and solemn, on the wall opposite her bed. It stared back at her as she lay down, and for the first time in months, she felt watched, not by something that meant her harm, but by something that simply saw her. In the morning, she drew another, then another. Soon, every wall held a gaze. Some eyes were round and wide, others narrow and intent. She covered the plaster above the hearth, the doors, even the beams over her head. When visitors came to bring bread or kindling, they stopped short in the doorway. The effect was unsettling, as if the house itself had grown sentient. They asked her why she did it. She said that madness thrives in places no one is looking, that if she must live alone, she wanted to feel there were witnesses to her existence. Over time, she gave each eye a name. Not human names, but words she invented. Soft syllables that sounded like lullabies. She spoke to them as she moved through her days, explaining what she cooked or read or dreamt the night before. Sometimes she scolded them if she felt their stares grew too sharp. Other times, she thanked them for their company. It was said that when she wept, she turned to the nearest eye and whispered that she was sorry, as though she believed she was failing them. In those years, villagers debated whether she was mad or simply braver than they were. For it is no small thing to confront your own loneliness so directly, to name it and give it shape. Some claimed the eyes held a power, that stepping into that room made them feel exposed in ways they could not describe. Children who ventured close to her threshold would run home trembling, certain the eyes had blinked. Yet no one could deny that the woman seemed calmer after she began her drawings. She no longer wandered the lanes at night, calling out for voices no one else could hear. She tended her garden again, humming under her breath. To some, that was proof enough. The eyes were not madness, but medicine. Years later, when the woman grew frail and her hands could no longer hold charcoal, she asked a neighbor boy to draw new eyes for her. He was frightened at first, but she pressed the stick into his palm, and guided his hand across the wall. "They must never fade," she told him. "If they fade, the emptiness comes back." She died in that cottage on a night when wind shook the shutters. When the villagers came to prepare her body, they found her sitting upright in her chair, wrapped in a quilt, facing the largest eye she had ever drawn. On the table beside her lay a note that read simply, "Thank you for seeing me." Those who read it felt something unspoken pass between them, as if they too had been witnessed in a way they did not expect. In time, the house fell into disrepair. Rain crept through the thatch, and ivy forced the door ajar, but the eyes remained. Even as the plaster cracked and the beam sagged, they watched without blinking. Travelers who stumbled upon the ruin said they felt the hairs on their neck rise, as though unseen presences stirred. A few claimed that if you sat in the chair where she died and closed your eyes, you would feel a hush settle over you, a hush filled not with threat, but with a patient, sorrowful attention. Some believed it was her spirit, still keeping vigil. Others thought it was simply the mark of a mind that refused to vanish into darkness without a witness. In those fading charcoal circles, there was a lesson most people only learned when it was too late, that loneliness is not always a void. Sometimes it is a shape we build ourselves, a shape that asks to be acknowledged. The woman who drew eyes on her walls did not surrender to her solitude. She made it visible, named it, and in doing so, tamed a piece of the fear that devours so many in silence. Perhaps that is why her story endures, a reminder that to be seen, even by something we create, is sometimes enough to keep the darkness at bay. The scribe who rewrote the same psalm. Every day for years. He was never famous, never ranked among the great monastic scribes whose illuminated manuscripts survive in locked archives. His name appears only in a single ledger, marked by the simple word scriptor, which could have described anyone who held a quill. Yet for 20 years, every morning before dawn, he sat at the same wooden desk and rewrote the same passage, Psalm 23, by hand. It was not for a commission or a vow of obedience. He believed that repetition was the only way to keep God close. He began the ritual after losing his family to a fever that left the house quiet as a tomb. Grief hollowed him. He said the words of the psalm aloud to fill the silence. Then one morning, he felt that speaking them was not enough. He needed the motion of the hand, the visible record of each line, to prove he was still alive and still reaching upward for something beyond his sorrow. So he took a scrap of parchment, dipped his pen in ink, and began, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." The first time he copied it, his letters were unsteady, blotted with tears he did not bother to wipe away. But the second time, the strokes grew clearer. By the third, his breathing had slowed. He realized that every curve of each letter demanded complete attention. That focus became a refuge. As the years unfolded, the routine became as essential to him as bread or sleep. He would wake before dawn, light a single candle, and set out a fresh page. No matter how cold the room grew, or how many days passed without any human voice, the words waited for him. Some called it an obsession. Others, an act of devotion so pure it needed no explanation. He never argued with either. He only said that when he reached the final line, "I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever," he felt for a moment that he was not alone, that the act of writing had drawn a presence nearer than any prayer spoken aloud. Over the decades, the pile of copied pages grew. He kept them bundled in neat stacks, tied with scraps of linen. He never sold or displayed them. When the village priest asked why he continued, he said simply, "Because God does not tire of hearing us." Why should I tire of saying it? Those who visited sometimes found him with ink on his hands, eyes closed, as though he were listening to the psalm echo in the space between the lines. In the margins of some pages, he made small notes, observations about the weather, memories of dreams, or a single word: stillness. On certain days, the script was cramped and hurried, as if he had woken late and feared the sun would rise before he finished. On others, the letters were wide and careful, every curve measured. Each page became a record of how he met the morning, tired or hopeful, grieving or at peace, but always willing to begin again. Villagers who spoke of him after he died recalled how gently he treated every sheet of parchment, as though the words themselves were alive. In an age when many scribes labored for patrons or for the wealth of the church, he wrote only to preserve the thread that tethered his heart to something unbroken. He believed that the repetition of sacred language could mend what grief had torn. When the old house was cleared, the stacks of psalms were discovered in the corner where he kept them, undisturbed all those years. No two copies were quite the same. Each bore the subtle marks of the day it was written, the way a hand trembled, the slight fade of ink, the press of a sigh caught in the fibers of the page. Scholars who examined them later were struck by the constancy of his devotion. They wondered how a single verse could sustain a man for so long. But those who had known his losses understood. It was not only the psalm he was preserving, it was himself. In the end, no grand monument was raised to honor him. Only the quiet witness of the words he had copied again and again, until they were as familiar to him as his own breath. And perhaps that was all he ever needed, the knowledge that he had never stopped reaching, never ceased to write, never once let the silence convince him he was forgotten. The crippled farmer who trained a goat to sit like a dog. In a valley so isolated that travelers often remarked it seemed to have been forgotten by the rest of the kingdom, there once lived a farmer named Bram. His neighbors referred to him as the crippled farmer, for in his youth an accident with a threshing cart had left his legs twisted and unreliable. Though he could walk with a stick, each step was measured and deliberate, every movement an effort that drained him long before the day's labor was done. But what he lacked in ease of motion, he carried in a quiet, persistent determination. He had inherited a small field of stony soil and a single outbuilding roofed with thatch. Many assumed he would starve or surrender the land to more able-bodied men. Instead, he shaped a life from those meager acres. Yet what set Bram apart was not merely his endurance. It was the curious friendship he formed with an animal most regarded as nothing more than livestock. In the early years of his recovery, when the pain of his injury was sharpest and loneliness seemed to press against every wall of his cottage, he acquired a young goat from a passing peddler. The creature was scrawny, with a torn ear, and eyes bright as polished jet. Bram named him Peter. Perhaps at first the goat was meant only to supply milk and company, but as seasons turned, their bond deepened into something almost unsettling to those who witnessed it. Bram spoke to Peter in the same tone a father might use for a beloved child. He told the goat stories of his youth, how he once climbed the high ridge to watch thunderstorms break over the valley, how he dreamed of seeing the king's city, but knew he never would. Peter, for his part, seemed to listen. He followed Bram wherever the farmer could manage to go, waited patiently by the doorway if Bram disappeared inside, and bleated in such a way that villagers swore it resembled conversation. Most remarkable of all, Bram taught the goat to sit as a dog might, hindquarters settled neatly on the earth, forelegs straight, chin lifted attentively. At first, the lessons were simply a distraction from the ache in his legs. He would coax Peter with bits of carrot and grain, gently pressing the goat into position until the animal learned what was expected. Over weeks, then months, the trick became something more. A ritual that stitched their days together, proof that patience and care could transform even a stubborn creature into a willing companion. Travelers passing through the valley often paused at the sight. A bent old farmer perched on a stool, and beside him a white goat seated upright, both gazing out across the fields as though contemplating the same unspoken question. To some, it seemed laughable, a spectacle of rural eccentricity, but to others, it was a glimpse of a quieter kind of dignity, one earned not by grand achievement, but by the simple refusal to surrender one's need for connection. As Bram grew older, his movements slowed further. On mornings when he could barely rise, Peter would stand pressed against the cottage door, waiting. He would not wander far to graze until Bram emerged. At dusk, when the light thinned to a violet hush, the farmer's voice could be heard drifting over the furrows, recounting memories no other soul remained to hear. Those who spoke with Bram sometimes asked whether he regretted the life he'd been forced to lead. He would smile, tapping his stick on the packed earth, and reply that he had known great fortune in one respect, that he had found a creature willing to share the hours no one else would claim. When winter storms came, Bram brought Peter indoors. Neighbors recalled peering through the window and seeing the goat seated near the hearth, head tilted toward the old man who spoke to him with the solemnity of prayer. In those moments, it was impossible to say which was more moving: the sight of a crippled farmer preserving his last scraps of hope, or the unshakable loyalty of an animal who had never learned to leave. In time, as age finally laid its claim, Bram was found one morning seated in his chair, eyes closed, a faint smile on his face. Peter rested at his side, sitting precisely as Bram had taught him so many years before. Some believed the goat understood the finality of that stillness. When they tried to lead him away, he resisted, bleating in a voice that echoed with something far more complex than instinct. After Bram was buried in the churchyard, Peter lingered near the cottage for weeks. No matter how many times neighbors led him to greener pastures, he returned to the threshold, as though waiting for the door to open again. To this day, old records in the parish chronicle speak of Bram not merely as the crippled farmer, but as the man who proved that affection need not be confined by species or by the limitations of a broken body. His story endures as a quiet reminder. Sometimes, the truest measure of a life is the simple fact that one being loved another without reservation, the man who created his own holidays. Just to celebrate something. In the early decades of the 20th century, tucked away on the edge of a cold northern coastline, there lived a man who, in the records of his parish, was simply called Whitaker. To the handful of people who still remember his story, he is sometimes described as the last inhabitant of a village that time had already begun to forget. The hamlet itself had been larger once, a fishing community where nets hung drying on crooked fences and boats creaked at low tide. But by the time Whitaker reached middle age, most of the families had moved inland or disappeared altogether, driven away by storms, by dwindling catches, or by the simple weariness of living in a place where each winter felt like a test of one's resolve. It is difficult to pinpoint exactly when Whitaker began to sense that he was vanishing inside his solitude. He had never been the sort of man to speak easily of his feelings. Those who met him described him as polite, but distant, with a thin, serious face, and the manner of someone who carried on a conversation mostly with himself. When his neighbors departed, he remained, partly out of stubbornness, partly because he had nowhere else to go. The first winter alone was said to be the worst. Snow drifted waist-high against his door. The wind rattled the walls so violently he sometimes woke certain the roof would tear away in the night. With no one to mark the passing days, no calendar of church bells or communal suppers to break the monotony, time itself began to dissolve. Each dawn looked like the last. Each evening brought the same hush of an empty world. And so, one morning in February, Whitaker decided that if no feast or festival would come to him, he would create one himself. He rose before sunrise, dressed in his best wool coat, and lit every lantern he owned. Then he prepared a modest meal, bread, dried fish, a small pot of tea, and set it carefully on the table. Before he sat down, he declared aloud, in a voice as steady as he could manage, "Today is the feast of the quiet." He ate slowly, making a ritual of each sip and bite, telling himself that this meal had meaning, that it was a way to give shape to a day that might otherwise slip into the nameless gray. When the meal was finished, he walked to the beach and stood facing the water, whispering a brief prayer of gratitude, not because he felt particularly blessed, but because he needed to hear his own voice in the vastness. No one witnessed this first invented holiday, and perhaps he never expected anyone to. But in the weeks that followed, Whitaker began to see how such occasions, even if observed in solitude, could tether him to the flow of time. They gave him something to look forward to, a reason to rise in the morning. In March, he invented the Day of One Fire. On this day, he carried driftwood to the shoreline and built a small bonfire, feeding it carefully until the flames were tall enough to warm his face. He sat beside it until dusk, watching the sparks rise into the darkening sky. He said it reminded him that some small blaze could still exist, even in the most abandoned places. April brought the festival of early light, when he rose before dawn to greet the first thin ribbon of morning sun across the water. He would stand in the cold and whisper to himself, "The light always returns." As the seasons turned, Whitaker named and celebrated other days. The Vigil of Listening, when he sat without speaking for 12 hours, just to hear what sounds remained in a world without neighbors. The Commemoration of Doors, when he walked the village's empty cottages, opening each weathered door and leaving a sprig of evergreen on the thresholds, as if the houses might somehow sense they were not entirely forgotten. Some might dismiss these acts as the eccentricities of a lonely mind, and perhaps there is truth in that. But those who have studied his journals, carefully preserved by the family who eventually inherited his property, have seen in them something more than desperation. They see the work of a man who refused to surrender to the slow erosion of identity that comes with isolation. In his entries, Whitaker was clear about his reasons. "A life without ceremony," he wrote, "becomes a life without distinction. One day melts into the next, and soon you are not certain you exist at all." He believed rituals were not merely for communities, but were necessary to sustain even a solitary soul. He called them anchors, saying that when the tides of loneliness rose, they kept him moored to some essential idea of himself. He recorded the details of each holiday with a precision that borders on devotion. The hour he rose, the food he prepared, the words he spoke, and how he felt when the day was done. In reading his accounts, you can almost see him there, an aging man in a patched coat, lifting a cup in salute to a day no one else would ever mark, standing in the wind as if waiting for an invisible procession to pass by. By the final decade of his life, Whitaker had created more than 20 unique holidays. Some were grand, involving preparations that spanned days. Others were humble gestures, lighting a single candle, tracing a pattern in the frost on his window. On the longest night of the year, he observed the ceremony of the last lamp, extinguishing every light except one and sitting beside it until morning. When he died, likely in the early 1930s, he left behind boxes of journals and a cottage filled with small tokens, bundles of dried flowers, lengths of ribbon, stones painted with the dates of his observances. The parish ledger noted only that he passed unattended, but the truth was that he had never been entirely alone. In crafting his own calendar of celebrations, Whitaker had built a companionship of rituals. Each festival was a silent witness to his endurance, a way of affirming that he had been here, that he had felt and hoped and struggled as all humans do. Years later, when the last of the village's buildings were dismantled and the land reclaimed by grasses and salt wind, some of Whitaker's journals were placed in the care of a regional museum. There they remain, mostly unread, their pages brittle with time. But for those who have turned them carefully, they offer a testament to an idea both startling and comforting. That ceremony does not require an audience. That meaning can be created by a single person, in a single room, if they are willing to declare it so. If you ever feel your days sliding into sameness, if you ever fear you are disappearing into the blank spaces of your own life, remember the man who invented holidays no one else would ever celebrate. Remember how he built a lattice of small observances to keep from drifting too far into the quiet. Consider what it means to raise a cup to an invisible gathering. To name a day sacred simply because you need it to be. To light a lamp against the darkness and decide that, if no one else will witness your life, you will witness it yourself. In the end, Whitaker's story is not about sadness. It is about the courage to insist that your days matter, even when the world seems indifferent. It is about the power of ritual to remind us, in the simplest of ways, that we are here, and that being here is worth commemorating. The old monk who said silence was the voice of God. When no one else spoke, there is a story that drifts through the annals of medieval monastic chronicles, a story so quiet it almost disappeared altogether, like the hush that follows the last echo of a bell. It is the story of an old monk, a man whose name was eventually reduced to a single line in a brittle register, but whose conviction left a mark more enduring than many loud declarations. He was a solitary figure who chose to dwell in silence so profound that those around him sometimes wondered if he had lost all desire for human company. Yet when the question was put to him, why he remained alone, why he spoke so seldom, his answer was simple, and it carried a gravity that hushed the very air. "When no one speaks to me," he said, "I hear him clearer." He was known only as Brother Aurelian, a man born into the chaos of the 13th century, when the borders of kingdoms shifted like the tides, and disease often stalked the roads as surely as armies. Some believed he had once been a scholar in Paris, a teacher of theology whose lectures drew crowds. Others whispered that he had been a nobleman, that grief had driven him behind monastery walls. The truth was simpler. He had been the youngest son of a scribe, a boy accustomed to the quiet scratching of quills and the measured cadence of whispered prayers. Silence, for him, had never been absence. It had been a space, something alive. When he first arrived at the Abbey of Saint-Benoît, he spoke like any other novice, reciting the Psalms in the dark hours before dawn, adding his voice to the chorus that rose through the cold rafters. But gradually, something in him began to withdraw from the need to be heard. As the years passed, he fell into a habit of long vigils in the cloister garden, sitting motionless as the light changed, listening to the wind and the distant chime of the bell tower. When other monks passed, he would incline his head, but rarely lift his eyes. Some thought it pride, others thought it sorrow. But those who dared to sit beside him found that in his presence, a kind of profound calm took hold. He did not offer counsel or consolation. He offered something harder to find, a space where words were unnecessary. In the early records, the abbot himself expressed concern. He wrote that Brother Aurelian's silences risked fracturing the unity of the community, which relied on shared prayer and collective labor. But over time, even the abbot began to see that this silence was not a retreat from devotion. It was devotion itself, distilled to its purest form. When no voice intruded, the old monk seemed to hear something deeper, something that could not be translated into human language. The younger brothers puzzled over this. They had been taught that words were vessels for sacred truth, that the recitation of Scripture was the highest form of worship. But when they asked him why he preferred to remain mute, he looked at them with eyes that had the depth of old water and said, "When the world grows quiet enough, you will hear the voice that speaks beneath all others." And though many could not understand, they sensed that he spoke without any trace of doubt. There were occasions when pilgrims came to the abbey seeking wisdom. Some brought heavy questions. How could God allow suffering? How could the faithful know His will? How could one endure loneliness? They expected a learned discourse, a chain of logical proofs. But when they were led to Brother Aurelian, they found only an old man seated on a worn bench, his hands resting lightly on his knees, his gaze turned inward. If they persisted, if they demanded an answer, he would look up and say, very softly, "Sit here, be still." And for many, that was the answer, though it arrived in no language they had studied. As the years unspooled, the old monk withdrew even further. He moved to a small cell at the edge of the grounds, a bare chamber with a single window that framed a square of sky. Each morning he rose before the bell, before any footsteps stirred the air, and sat watching the dawn. His brothers worried that he would slip into madness, that too much silence would erode the last threads of reason. But each time they visited, they found him tranquil, clear-eyed, suffused with a peace that made their own frantic thoughts feel shallow by comparison. It was during the winter of his 70th year that a visiting bishop came to the abbey, curious about the rumors of the silent monk. He expected to find a hermit consumed by melancholy or pride. Instead, he found an old man who bowed respectfully and waited in perfect stillness for the bishop to speak. The bishop asked him whether he regretted giving up his voice, whether he felt he had lost anything by turning away from conversation. Brother Aurelian considered this for a long moment, then answered in the slow, deliberate way of one unused to speech, "When no one speaks to me, I hear him clearer." And the bishop, though he did not fully grasp the meaning, was struck by the weight of that sentence. Later, he would write that he had never encountered faith so unadorned. When Brother Aurelian's final illness came, it arrived gently, like a candle that gutters before going out. He refused any elaborate rites. He asked only that he be left in his cell, where the only sounds were the wind and the shifting of the rafters. The brothers came in small groups to bid farewell, and each time they tried to speak, their words withered in their throats. In the hush he cultivated, language felt unnecessary, like a garment too heavy for the spirit to wear. On the last morning of his life, one young novice who had often brought him bread returned to find him sitting upright, his hands folded. His eyes were closed, and though his chest no longer rose with breath, his face was composed in an expression of such calm that it seemed he had not died at all, but merely slipped into a deeper silence. They buried him in the abbey's cemetery, marked by a simple stone with no epitaph but a single carved symbol, an ear. In the years that followed, pilgrims still came, not to read any great treatise or to venerate relics, but to sit beside that grave and taste a little of the quiet he had carried within him. Many left saying they felt something there, a hush that was not emptiness, but presence, a sense that somewhere beyond the noise of the world, something was listening. Today, when historians look back on the life of Brother Aurelian, some see only an eccentric who abandoned the communal life. Others see a mystic who discovered that truth need not always be spoken to be real. And in the soft margin of monastic records, his own words endure like a last testament, that when no one speaks, the voice of God is not drowned out, but revealed. That silence is not the absence of meaning, but the space where meaning becomes clear. And so his story continues to be whispered wherever people hunger for peace. A reminder that sometimes, to hear what matters most, we must first be brave enough to stop talking, to become still, to let the world fall quiet, and to trust that in that quiet, something sacred will finally speak.